Good morning. We'll start this day two of yeah.
Good morning. Welcome to the second day of Faculty Development Program on Sustainable Development for Climate Change Mitigation conducted by MES School of Architecture, Kutttippuram. We successfully inaugurated the FDP yesterday. As we concluded day one, it saw an eminent speakers such as Architect Satyaprakash Varanasi, Dr. Roshni Udayawar, Dr. K.G. Tara, and Professor K.T. Ravindran speak of the nuances of climate change causes and impact. I hope that it has gotten all the participants pumped and aware of the impact of ourselves as designers and facilitators in mitigating climate change. At this point, I would like to notify the participants of the following. Kindly switch off your audio and video during the sessions. Switch it on only upon the request of the facilitators of the FDP. This is to ensure smooth and undisturbed sessions. The speakers too are looking forward to discussions and interactions with the participants, and any disturbance would hinder this and cause waste time. Please do cooperate. Kindly note that all the queries and doubts can be dropped in the chat box and will be taken up by the moderator at the end of the session. Upon request, the participants can raise their queries themselves as approved by the facilitators. Please ensure that your audio is connected and working for the same. At the end of every session, a Google form for the attendance will be shared in the WebEx chat. Please fill it up and be marked present for the individual sessions. At the end of the day, a Google form for the daily test will be shared. On that note, let us commence day 2 of the FDP. Today, we will discuss the social and economic aspects of sustainable development with Professor Neeraj Gupta, Dr. Prodipto Ghosh, and architect Meenakshi Umesh. We are delighted to have them with us, and I extend my warm welcome to the speakers. Without further ado, let us begin this session. I now invite Professor Neeraj Gupta for the first session of the day. A brief introduction. Neeraj Gupta is an architect, planner, learning facilitator, and management consultant, having more than 30 years of experience in urban planning and management, including about 15 years in capacity building for urban environmental services, and 2 decades in leadership position in training and educational institutions. Presently, he is the Vice Chancellor in charge of the Central University of Rajasthan. He formerly held various positions at the university, including Dean of Academic Affairs, Controller of Examination, and Dean and HOD of the Department of Architecture. He was instrumental in initiating and developing the Masters in Sustainable Architecture and DDU Kushal Kendra courses in the university. He graduated from SPA Delhi with the degree in BArch in 1982 and further went on to take his MBA from Podar Institute of Management. He is the advisor to Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Kolkata, Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur, Indian Institute of Technology, Rajasthan, Jodhpur, as member of Campus Development Project Management Group, Center for Development Communication, and Kanak Resource Management Limited for training and human resource development and community interventions in municipal waste management, sanitation, and health in urban areas. He has demonstrable experience for establishing new and innovative teachings and training courses and academic programs leading to UG and PG degrees. He has designed and implemented more than 150 thematic training courses over a period of 9 years in Rajasthan State Institute of Public Administration. This included management development, programs for executive of public and private sector organizations, specialized courses for engineers on project management, environmental planning, project finance, course of senior level administrators on issues related to good governance, privatizations, development management, etc. Over to you, sir.
Niraj sir, you may start. We have made you the presenter.
Sir, Professor,
So you'll have to unmute yourself.
am I audible now?
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Let me not able to get out of this annotation mode. Is it full screen now?
Yes, sir.
Let me just adjust the panel. I'm not used to WebEx presenting, more used to Zoom and Google Meet.
No problem, sir.
Anyway, thank you for this wonderful introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here. And I'll be covering various aspects of sustainable development in the context of culture and lifestyle. And what you see here is the image of our university with the water harvesting structure after the full rains that we experienced about 5-6 years back. And this is what the lake that we got. So one of the first examples that we did, whatever we were trying to teach in the terms of sustainable architecture, these were being developed at our university. And to a large extent, we have succeeded in doing so many things. At least experimentations and the answers were available. Today, I'm going to talk to you on the larger issues of lifestyle and culture. Of course, the economics that I will cover slightly because that's a theme for the day. And we'll get to understand what exactly we mean by sustainable and why it is important for us to understand the whole culture and the society and other aspects of it. Now, this is a standard quote, and every time I use PowerPoint or any presentation, the two quotes that come to my minds are Mahatma Gandhi's quote that there is enough for everybody's need, but not for some people's greed. And the other one is Brundtland's definition. Most of you have studied sustainable architecture, otherwise would have known them. So when we are looking at sustainability, there are various aspects of it: the environment, the society, the inclusion part of it, which includes social inclusion that brings economic prosperity. Then we need to have business practices, because economic development is important. And when it comes to economic development, It is bound to impact the environment. I mean, anything that you build, the most sustainable way of living would be that you just don't build anything, but that's not possible. So we have to kind of create a balance, and in that context, the societal balance is very, very important, because we need to develop, we need to be working, but how we can minimize our impact and how we can use practices which will help us grow sustainably. That is the question that everybody asks, and these are the kind of aspects that are being covered in your program. And I'm sure you must have had a delightful presentation by Satya and others, and they are the really stalwarts on talking about sustainability and actually implementing them on ground. Now, whenever I talk about the sustainability, these two images come to my mind. And on the left hand side that you see is an image of a nice cotton quilt, Jaipuri Rajai, which is a very, very lightweight thing, 250 grams of quilt. Maybe in Kerala, you would not know the need of it, because it's a hot climate, mostly hot, humid. But so I just went to these people and I asked them well, this quilt is such a nice, it's like a nice light blanket. Who buys it? He says, most of the Delhi people buy it. I said, but Delhi is very, very cold. This quilt will not serve the purpose. So then this shopkeeper told me, no, sir, this quilt is used in summers. I said, it's used in summers? They said, yes, most of the time people put on the air conditioning at 18 degrees centigrade, and when they feel cold at night, they don't feel like doing it, they just pull up the sheet. And the sheet was not enough to contain the temperature. So these lightweight quilts, the Rajais, are very popular in Delhi and many places in the north, where people are using air conditioners, and they use it almost through the season. And it's so interesting to note. I said, amazing. I mean, just because you cannot set the temperature right on your air conditioner, or just because you don't want to use the remote setting up the temperature in the middle of the night, you start using a quilt. It is exactly the same thing that places like most of the offices that we go to are designed at 21 to 22 degrees Celsius, and then people are wearing suits, and because they are wearing suits, because it's cold, and so on and so forth. You travel in Rajdhani or any of the Shatabdis, you will find a lot of this, especially women are much more intelligent. They are carrying a stole, and all of them, after about an hour of run, they will cover them up because the temperatures are not correct. What I'm trying to say is that people try to, it's just a cultural thing. Why can't you just set up the right temperature and use less? So this is the whole question, and in that context we have to look, and thus culture, values, lifestyles, and sustainability become very, very important. In fact, sustainability is a value. Either you have it or you don't have it. So it has got nothing else to do it, and you have to live through it. We often are unable to do it. And one of the discussions that I and Satya always had, and Satya always asked me this question: how can you teach sustainability? It is so challenging, because ultimately you have to live sustainably, then only you can think of teaching sustainability. So some of these things we have to keep looking at, that when do I pick up my car, and as we discuss more, we look into it. But why I'm talking about culture is because one of the ways the word culture is used is it in the sense of improvement or progress. So when we say we are cultured, that means we are progressive. So how we grow, how we develop ourselves, that is what culture is all about. And we have had a wonderful, very, very rich heritage, very rich cultural background. Some have forgotten somewhere in between, gone astray. And it's very nice to note that things are coming back to us, because a lot of things that are rooted in our culture in all parts of the country, whether it is a traditional home in Kerala, or whether it is a bamboo hut in Mizoram, everywhere you see, people have been building, people have been living in a very, very organic, very sustainable way, because that is a part of their society, that is a part of the culture here. Now, culture is basically nothing but set of values and traditions that are shared by a group of people. So when we are looking at sustainable, that means are people able to share this? What are people doing it? And this is, so somebody who's doing a Garba dance, they have to say, you have to be wearing a traditional Indian dress. And that has become the order of the day. Now, this Garba dance may appear to be strange to some people. So cultural practices in one corner of the city or the state or the country appear to be very awkward to other people. So there are various aspects of culture, and that is how it is represented. The most important thing is architecture is one important aspect of culture. And in fact, we have to look at the language, the music, the dance, the shared history. So if we have to design something which in a sustainable way, you have to address all those aspects, and they only come from culture. One of the major advantages of looking at the culture is that once things are culturally ingrained in us, then you do not need to do anything else. You don't need to remind everybody. People instinctively do things, and that is an important aspect of culture. Like was mentioned, the culture norms may be very different. They may seem strange or amusing and alien to other people, but for us they are very simple. So all those people who say, oh, holy festival, they have raised faces of it, but when they saw the Tomatino festival in that famous movie, they suddenly started acknowledging. So people have different ways, different means of doing it. So they are something very common to them. What may appear strange to you has certain value for others, and it is our understanding that is missing out. So the whole idea is that as teachers, as educators, we have to understand various cultures, why we are doing it, why they do it, and how do we respect it, how do we look at the positive side of it and start working in it. Then there are people who, because with the globalization, there is a lot of spread of culture. There is, in fact, cultural imperialism that is, some people from anti-globalization movement, people are calling it there. They say that so it's a westernization of it, McDonaldization of it. You know, Maggie, it's a very interesting thing. It's one of the most popular food cutting across. You go to from Kanyakumari till Kedarnath or Badrinath or Leh, you will find Maggie, one thing in common. Now, Nestle, the company which is making Maggie, I have not seen it marketing it in Europe or anywhere else. Somehow it is a very, very Indian product, which is not an Indian food. But somebody has sold it to us so beautifully that we have got hooked to it. So this is one of the complaints that people make, those people, but then that is how the world is. So Maggie is an important part of any hostel culture. That is something, and if you don't like the mess food, you go to your room, you have a kettle, and you have a Maggie ready, and then you start getting kappa noodles and whatnot. So some of these things are very, very important because we tend to marketers, the influencers, then they become a part of us because we like them. They are of value and utility to us, and they may not be really the best thing to eat, but then we do it because it has been thrown upon us. Then there is a lot of cultural hybridization. A lot of Westerners coming to India, trying to understand the Indian culture because they are trying in search of what you call happiness or faith, so they get into the spiritual practices. And one of the finest example of cultural hybridization is how McDonald has went around to various places and made them different. So aloo tikki burger is only available in India. Nowhere else you will find aloo tikki burger. But in India, they also, instead of regular beef patty, they are putting in chicken patty because a lot of people will not eat beef in India. Now, it's a different thing. So somebody asked me one day when we are visiting Sweden, and this is, well, Professor Gupta, why are you vegetarian? Is it because of your religious beliefs? I looked at him at his face. This guy, we were discussing some aspects of sustainability and resource mobilization. And I said, well, yes, it is a part of it. But the real reason that somebody taught us this was very simple. Because that is, one aloo tikki burger has got much lesser footprint than your beef burger. And if a lot of people in India would not eat a chicken burger, will eat a chicken what? So you have a lesser footprint in a fish or fillet. So that is something, people start choosing it. And he was suddenly, next 4 days, he was ordering only vegetarian food. Because how you expand it. So a lot of things, rather than trying to get them into complex mechanisms, our culture, our religion, our parents, our grandparents, our society has taught us certain things so that there is no questioning about it. So everything is added value to certain things. Now it depends on the people in the faith and other way around. So everybody has their own notions, everybody has their own belief system, which they are free to exercise. But when you start examining things from ecological perspective, when you start examining things from a sustainable perspective, then you get an intellectual view about it. So the question is, are you a vegetarian? If yes, what kind? Anybody who's traveled international will find it very difficult. First time I was doing it, and this lady, this air flight purser asked me, "Sir, what vegetarian?" I said, "What vegetarian?" And the moment I saw the food and it was smelling to my mind, I could not. I said, "There's something wrong in it." I couldn't call her. I said, "Vegetarian?" "Yes, it is vegetarian." And then I took one bite and I said, "Oh, this is not vegetarian. I mean, the smell, the aroma, you're not able to." So again, then I checked up. He said, "No, sir, it only has fish and eggs." So I said, "But I requested for a vegetarian." He said, "Yes, this is Asian vegetarian." Oh, and then she explained me for the first time that you should have asked for a Hindu vegetarian, then there is a Jain vegetarian, and there is a vegan and whatnot. So what I'm trying to say is that things are very, very different. Now, when you look at culture, when you look at Bhagwan Mahavir sitting here, there's one culture that he brought in, because all these things, they evolved in the area of dry region, western part of the country. And so this is ahimsa paramo dharma, one value they added. Now this covers a lot of things. So they even said that you cannot even have a root plant, because when you are plucking a root plant, you are killing that plant. So in Jainism, the strong Jain vegetarians will not eat potatoes, onion, and such fruit. They will only eat those plants where you can pluck the leaves or maybe the flower. Now, even that is violence to them. But they say we are minimizing. You are not killing the whole plant, because when you pick up a carrot or a radish, you just are doing something else. So these are the values that people have now. Some of them follow it, some of them not follow it. But when you look at it, culturally, the Jain monks all over are probably leading the most sustainable life. Now that is a lifestyle they are looking at. So when you look at in the modern world, we can say there are two very distinct cultures that one can talk about. One is a Western worldview, quote unquote, which is largely consumerism, and it thrives on this fact that the more is the consumption, more you are developed. So one of the criteria of developed and developing countries was that if whether you are consuming more electricity, the more electricity you consume, more developed you are. You have much higher consumption of so many things. Now here the Eastern worldview is very, very different. When I'm talking about East, it includes all the Asian countries, a lot of Chinese countries, and many of the ancient civilizations, a lot of African civilizations also. The worldview is very, very different. Let us talk about our own this thing. We like to conserve resources. The Eastern worldview is the minimalistic pattern of life. The lesser I consume, more developed I am. Why? Because as against the Western worldview, where the nature is meant to be conquered, the human race at the top. Now, when you have human race at the top of the pyramid, that means human beings can consume anything that they feel like. That's something very, very unique. So one is a Western worldview that nature is meant to be conquered. So you build those big dams, you do a lot of things, and we have seen that sooner or later something goes wrong. So once glacier melts, there is a Chamoli disaster. Why? And the dam gets washed away. So it's like nature getting angry. It says there is a time, there's a limit to which you can play a fool with me. So we have a very strong Eastern worldview, which is minimalistic. The lesser I consume, more developed I am. There is reverence to nature. So you find in any part of the country you go to, any sect, any faith, any religion, you will find people kind of having reverence to nature. There are plants that we pray for. There are kind of specific plants that we grow, medicinal plants, this, that, everything. So you have coconut, which is considered as Purn Phalam. Everything is complete in it. You can use all parts of the coconut to create products. And this is something, we are the minimalistic thing. We do not waste anything. So if you are looking at it, so our concept is to live in harmony with nature. How well we can live in harmony with nature, and that is one very basic difference in terms of cultural aspect of it, and why this is very important to understand. We are primarily an agrarian society and also living in an agrarian form. And a large section of our society, you see, the weddings, I take another example. Weddings, most of the time, would happen in all parts of the country are kind of correlated with the agricultural work. So people give it some names, Muhurat or something, that, okay, this is not the time to get married. Why? Because gods are sleeping, whether gods sleep or not. But one thing is sure, that during that period, there is a maximum amount of work to be done in the field. So if everybody is enjoying the feast, who will go and work in the field? So the sowing season is there, or the harvesting seasons are there. Those seasons, people will avoid weddings. So somehow all these things, the environment, the society, the life and economics, everything is very deeply interwoven in the culture. And thus it is important to understand the cultural aspect of it. Then I pick up the word lifestyle. Now, lifestyle is again the way of living. And one of the ways of looking at it, how we display ourselves on daily basis to survive. Where do I survive? I need to, I need to wear the kind of clothes that I want. I want to live in that city. If I cycle from my home to place of work, I am considered, people will look at me. Recently we had this cyclathon, and somebody talked about the climate change, and he said that even in a small campus, people do not walk 1.5 kilometers or 1 kilometer from home to work. They will take their cars. And then I had a cycle. So I started taking a cycle from this campus guest house where I am put up these days to the office. And everybody looked at me as if I am an alien, because a senior person is not expected to be cycling to it. So they all looked at me like this. Now, this would not happen in IIT or Harvard, where anybody will cycle to place, or for that matter, Denmark, where cycles are probably the most precious thing that people have. So what I'm saying is that we have our own notions of what to do, what not to do, and quite often we are living by others' notion. And that's a big challenge. It's like the lifestyle is 1950s, marketers started this thing because they were trying to map people's mind according to the cultures. And this is something very interesting. You must understand that there's an advertising agency which developed a model called cross-cultural consumer characteristics. So they were trying to pick up the important elements of culture and how they can market their products so that the consumers will buy them. These are the 4 C's of marketing. Now you understand that constantly it is the market forces, the marketers, which are pushing us in a very subtle way or in a very obvious way or in a very, very overt way. They are pushing us to buy things, consume things, and we end up doing it. I also still do it. There's a tendency when you say, moment you go to an airport and Marks and Spencer, there is a sales unit, and I start picking up things. And then my sustainability thing says, no, I should not buy anything because I don't need it. But then I can't resist, so I'll buy something for my daughter or something and then gift it to her. Because it's my urge to buy certain things, It's got nothing to do with use. And then I'll try to justify it. Why? Because consumer, this guy has caught on my mind that the Indian middle class professor is likely to be attracted more out of discounts than the real stuff. So you get the point. So it is completely a bombardment of information to the marketing channels. And if we are not very strong within ourselves, we end up loosening our pockets and spending money on it. So what do? They always try to make us feel incomplete. And one of the classic example, and I always give it in the classes, Tino and Nitin and others who have attended some of the sessions would know that the Raymonds is, you just see that ad, there's a nice gentleman with a suit coming in and he says the complete man. As if you don't wear Raymonds, you are not complete. And then it struck to me I could not understand this while I was studying in my management. I said, what is this? The complete man, the logo. And then it struck to me that, when I was getting married, some 31 years back, and I said, you wanted to buy a suit for the wedding? And I said, fine, I'll buy my standard OCM because to it, they are nice. Raymond's is very expensive. And somebody told me, no. Wedding suit has to be Raymond's. I said, why? I mean, I did not understand it. And then I saw the logo, the complete man, the tagline. I said, no wonder every old man wants his son-in-law to be a complete man. He has a doubt that he is a complete man or not. So unless you wear Raymonds, you are not complete. Now, this is somehow imprinted in our mind. This went on. Suddenly, the Raymonds, they saw a change in the culture. People are wearing ethnic clothes and people have stopped wearing suits to the weddings and all. Now, Raymonds, last couple of years, they have diverted. They have gone in a complete range of sherwanis and ethnic wear and whatnot. So ultimately, they are interested in selling their product. They are not interested whether you are complete or not. I mean, we are all complete ourselves. It is how we look at it. So let us not get carried away by market, because marketers, they will make you feel incomplete. And they say, well, if you do this, then you will become complete. So they will try to portray certain deficiency. And that is how the whole world of advertising and marketing works. And that is where the consumerism becomes very important. And it is directly related to the lifestyle that I want to portray. So if I am not using certain branded herbal products, I am no good. If I just pick up turmeric from my kitchen and use it as with some milk, that is no good. I have to buy something which is packaged and something which is of a particular brand. So this is my mindset, because that's a lifestyle that I'm looking at. Here we have to, then I come back to this thing, measuring development. One of the first things that happened was, and we'll slowly come to sustainable development. So Maqbool Haq, Mehboob Has and Amrita Sen, etc. gave this human development report. We all know, you can Google it. But the important thing was standard of living was also measured and income index was given. So this standard of living, this is where lifestyle part comes into it. That standard of living means how you are living. So this is for us to decide. This is something for us to really understand and explain. So the 7 dimensions of development, we are looking at various kinds of development. Of course, the topmost thing is the human development, and above that, the spiritual development. But there are a lot of other developments. So there's an economic development, there's a political development, there's a cultural development, there's a social development, human development, and spiritual development. Again, not getting into details of it. But one thing that we discovered, that new thing happened when the United Nations World Happiness Report started coming in. And the happiness report was the first attempt to look at the human mind, how well we are feeling, how good we are doing it. And they looked at not only GDP per capita, healthy life, then things like someone to count on. If you have good relationships, if you have friends, you have society, you have family, whom you can trust on, that's a very important thing. Then perceived freedom to make life choices. What kind of life choices that I have? I have freedom from corruption. What kind of a society I am living in? Is it a giving society or it is a consuming society? Something like, as a child, we are a consumer. We are consuming everything. So being adult or being grown up means when I'm not consuming, from consumer to I become a contributor. So that is what generosity and this thing society is about. So societies, the families where everybody is contributing, then there is no need for consumerism. So we don't become a parasite. We have to be contributors. So can I do the minimalistic thing and yet contribute to where I want to? So there are happiness indexes 2013 and latest one also, you will see the Nordic countries, they come on the top. And of course, India and Asian countries, they come on the bottom. So India, in fact, now has further slipped down. 2017 or 18 reports, I just looked back, we have further slipped down in the happiness index. Bhutan comes, so we are the top. The other thing is, does the money matter? And people with the various surveys done, we find that those responding to very happy and very happy or not happy at all, it has got no relation to GDP. So we find that nations which are very rich, but they did not have they did not have happy population. So to that extent, I think we are doing much better. That the average income is not very high, but when we learn, because our lifestyle is such that we try to learn and live in a very, very sustainable way, and that is what makes a difference to us. So the standard definition of sustainable means the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their needs. So that means I reduce my consumerism. Our culture is that we just take what is required and give away to the Mother Earth, give away to the family, give away to the society. So when we look at sustainability, the major MNCs, multinational companies, when they're trying to market their products, they will look at green, not because they are really concerned with green, but because green sells. So there are a lot of people who will be doing this. So you will have an eco resort, eco this, eco that. Now, very few of them are actually environmentally sustainable. So you will find a nice little golf course in an eco resort. Obviously, it cannot be sustainable. Then they will say, no, we are using recyclable water in this, etc., etc. So environmentalists look at different ways, because environmentalists are looking at how to reduce the consumption patterns. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, it is a consumption pattern which influences us. You see, I'll give you another example, that lifestyles. Where do you want to go for a vacation? Do you go for a vacation in a nearby city? That is what people do. So people say, no, he's a middle class. High class people, rich people will go and visit Vietnam from here. They'll take a flight, a lot of carbon footprint, etc., etc. While the nature that you find in Vietnam or Ceylon or Europe, I'm sure the best of it is available in India. Now that is very interesting thing. So that is what about lifestyle, because it has got nothing to do with the tourism. It is about telling people in the society, well, we go abroad every day, every week, or every month for a vacation. So householders have very different things. So I can plan my life accordingly, whether I'm changing my cars or mobiles. I'm sure each one of you has changed the mobile once at least in last 2 years. That is how it happens. Every day new models are coming, and then it goes to a recycling thing. Same when we look at farmers, they have to look at how they are using resources in a sustainable way. So fortunately in our country, all this thing about nature farming is coming back. Organic food is gaining grounds, and people are realizing that all the chemicals that have gone into water have really made a life miserable. So in many parts of Punjab, in fact, in some part of the Punjab, there's a train which goes from Bathinda to Bikaner, and this train is called a Cancer Express. That is the level of pollution that they have. It's literally everything that you're eating there is poison. So some of these things we need to look into it. So when we have, again, environmental responsibility, we have an economic responsibility, we have a social responsibility, and combined together, we need to have a fair world, we need to have a livable world, and we need to have a viable world. And all that put together becomes a sustainable world that we have. Now let us look at some of these things. Are we exploiting or protecting? As an individual, I have to ask, are human beings acting sustainably? Now, traditionally, whenever in any part of the country, especially in Rajasthan, when they were building cities and towns, a lot of kings, the kingdoms, they would spend money on creating structures which are water bodies. Very interesting thing. So stepped wells become very important. Every drop of water that was going was preserved and conserved. As against that, we started having cutting of the trees as a matter of thing. So this is where we have to start questioning ourselves. Are we exploiting or are we protecting? And this is where the consumer culture is important to understand. We'll just have a look at this graph here. Although we feel that the consumption, the way we are consuming things, we cannot sustain it. Because we consider ourselves at the top of the food chain, we have an ability to exploit environment for our products or pleasures. That's a big problem. So this human first or anthropocentric view of the planet is what is causing the basic problem of climate change. And this small little graph will tell you that human exceeded the biocapacity of their planet in late 1980s. So the ecological footprint is really growing at a fast pace. So no wonder we have all these incidents of Chamoli and many other things. And I don't want to bog you down with the numbers and things like that. But basically, we look at it that we are in a very, very serious phase. So one of the examples of consumerism and how whether it has helped us or not, and I take it from the agricultural field. Now, this is a comparison of the fertilizer users all over the world. Now, notice that total consumption is given on the second column, and the per person food production is given on the third column here. Now, notice from 1970 to 2000, there's a very small change in terms of food production per person. But the chemical consumption of the fertilizer per person has grown many, many fold. So while the food production has increased just about 3 times when you look at per person capacity, the fertilizer consumption has grown almost 5 times or more than that. So this is something this requires to be understood, whether it is worth it or not. Another example, food world grain production again. So in the name of increasing productivity, the per person availability is remaining the same. That is something there. So we have to start questioning whether we should be pumping in a lot of fertilizer, because the economic aspects of it, when people get sick and they die and they literally have to sell their land and everything, becomes a big problem here. Same thing on the economics. You see, the whole economics is, I would call it perverse, because if I am mining, whether discriminately or indiscriminately, and exporting this iron ore or granite blocks, it adds value. So environmental damage actually adds to the gross national product, which means depletion of natural resources adds to the gross national product, plus tax credits also. The polluter hardly pays. There are many instances where the industry, they are polluting the whole groundwater. Somebody else is suffering and dying out. Nobody is. Waste disposal is highly subsidized. In fact, there is no incentive for us to reduce the waste. There are nations which have, in fact, a wide variety, even in European nations. You have Sweden, Norway, and all, where the percentage of waste going to the landfill sites is very, very low. And to my mind, if I have to check up my development from the sustainable perspective, I would say, what amount of waste from my city is going to the landfill site? We have so much of waste going to the landfill site. There is something wrong. The way we consume, way we produce, way we produce waste, and how we manage and dispose of waste. So the waste disposal is heavily subsidized. Why should I, in fact, should be penalizing it? Then return of investment drives the corporate decision. Nobody is bothered about the damage that is being caused to the public goods or the environment, because they are looking at their return of investment. And discount rate maximizes today's consumption or depletion. So there is, financial mechanism that you work out. So you go and buy a car, and I was looking for a car for some time, and it has been 3-4 years. Everybody very upset at home that why don't you change the car? And every time I go there and I say, well, this is running well, why should I do it? And I come back, I make some excuse. So just a few days back, again, we went there, and he says, look, sir, this is the car, this, that. I said, it's very expensive. He says, it's 11 lakhs, and I'm looking for something in the range of 5.5 to 6. And so he gave me some very interesting marketing pitch. He says, sir, you should not look at lakhs. You should look at EMI. It is just 5,000 rupees per month maximum. Adding 5 lakhs is 5,000 rupees per month. Now, what is that, sir? We are not asking you to dish out all the 5 lakhs today. And that's how he was like, oh, then you pick up the next model. So another 1,000 rupees per month. So what I'm saying is, all this mechanism of financing, you are pushing me to buy certain things which I cannot afford now. and I should not be affording now. And I know moment I pick up that vehicle and come out and give back the keys to the showroom person, there is a 2 lakh rupees down the drain. The prices go down. So some of these things, some of the economic things, we have to look at it. I mean, I'm sorry to use that word, perverse economics. I put a question mark on there, but this is something for us to think through. We do not have value for the natural capital. So there is an economic capital value that can be determined from the market price of goods and services it produces. But what about the nature that I am harming? Ecological value has got no formal price. You know, photosynthesis happens in nature, nitrogen fixation happens in nature. Soil erosion controls are essential for human existence, but then these are taken for granted. Fortunately, during the corona period, we have learned the value of things, consumers, etc., etc. But unless we understand the value of the natural capital, we will not be working sustainably. Then there is aesthetic value. All these backwaters of Kerala or Chilka Lake in Odisha or beautiful deserts in Rajasthan, all these are amazing things. They have a huge aesthetic value and they may not provide identifiable income. So they are unpriced. They are undervalued from the economic point of view. In fact, but at the same time, they can be further exploited. So that's another catch, you know, tourism and everything, it becomes a very big challenge whether to have tourism or not to have tourism. And this is something which happens because then what happens is that you have a commodity. This left-hand side image that you see is Pushkar, very famous place near in Rajasthan for its lake and the Brahma temple here. But then what happens is you have environmental degradation and changing social values. There was a point of time this place become kind of a place for a lot of drug trafficking with the foreign tourists coming in and the Indian people getting involved into it. And somehow it has been got under control. But the whole lot of values and social values change. And for example, the art forms go to 5-star hotels. So it adds a value of a different kind and there's a commodification of it. So we have to look at it at what cost. Every time I make some development, I have to look at what is the cost environmentally I am paying for my ecological. So examples of cultural values that are related to sustainability is just I put a few here in terms of economic, social, and environmental. Let's look at it one by one. So economic thing that community is responsibility of all. Work is worship. These are some of the values that we carry. Desire what you deserve. Be content with what you have and giving and sharing. This is something, the economic values that we have. Then in terms of social values, we have a value of collectivism. We have a focus on duty instead of rights. You see, this is very interesting. In Indian culture, this is something we'll all appreciate, that we are not a right-oriented society. We are a duty-oriented society. Father's duty becomes the right of the son. Husband's duty becomes the right of the wife. Wife's duty becomes the right of the husband. So we were taught culturally that to give without asking. Knowledge in our society is respected. One aspect on equality of all men and women, that's something we look at. So these are some of the values that we are looking at. In terms of environment, we have a reverence to nature. I've talked about it. And we say the nature is a reflection of divine. We have humility, earth, source of all our wealth, kindness to animals. All those are the values which are cultural values which are related to sustainability. And not only in India, all parts of the world, many of these are followed in some form or the other. These are, in fact, holistic values. Now, what makes a big difference is that when you have an individualistic society called soloist, or as against the whole systems thinker. Now, we as a culture, with our culture of collectivism, with our basic concept of Vasudhaiva Kutttippuram, we say the whole world, the whole universe is ours. We have to look ourselves into others and others into others. So the level of empathy and compassion, we have very, very different ways. So we are looking at how I can maximize the health of the whole system on which the specific parts depend. So you have a holistic well-being, in fact, that is being marketed very heavily in Kerala. Yoga and herbal medicine and the food and detox and so many things. So you have a holistic well-being. And this is one positive side of Indian culture, that we have a holistic way of thinking. We look at the larger perspective because the family bondage helps us to do that. We are living in a collectivist society. Somewhere or the other, we have so many things happening. So where do we need to, somebody pointed out in the sense, where do we need to have fundamental rights? Because when the state stops providing, you ask for them. But is there any documentation written in the family that these are your rights? And that is why quite often when you have to exercise those rights, the fundamental rights, they are of course true, which are basically, if you look at the preamble of our Indian Constitution, where it says the four things, equity, equality, fraternity, all those aspects, they are basically universal values which are taken from various parts of the world. And because of that, so rights are written, because when you're writing a constitution, that's very important. And remember, that is done in the very Western kind of an influence background. Because when you write, you are casting it in stone. Look, this shall not be compromised. Even in future, somebody is not doing his duty, then it is your right to demand it from them. But this was culturally, we were not so. It is a lot of aberration over a period of colonial rule, and much earlier that things started going astray. So at times, whatever cannot be decided out of normative values, we have to decide it out of the legal values. And in that case, the constitution or those written statements come into our protection, which is also very important for us to do. So when we look at the sustainable lifestyle and the systems approach, I have to look at it from various perspectives: personal perspective, the business perspective, and the community perspective. If their list is there, just read through them and you will get some idea. So at a personal level, what am I doing? What are my consumption patterns? How much of water and energy I am using? Are we using a luxurious bathtub bath or a long shower? Or I use a traditional method of a bucket and a mug? What kind of a waste I am generating? How much clothing I am purchasing? All these are personal practices that I can contribute to, I can think through. Then business. Ever since the carbon footprint trading started, we discovered that industries become very conscious of conserving energy. So traditional cement manufacturing plants in India, even Sri Cement Factory and so many, they are one of the world's most energy efficient cement plants because they realize the value of it. So when the business realizes the economic value, they will do certain things. They will invest in the capital because there is a carbon footprint credit that we are doing. There are many cement manufacturers which are also in the waste recycling because they get RDF out of it. And that RDF is a cheap means of fuel which they can use in their incinerator to the cement plant. So there is a cement plant in Madhya Pradesh. They were owning a setup in Jaipur, and RDF, the fluff and the waste RDF, refuse derived fuel, was being transported all the way from Jaipur to Devas. It was still an economical thing for them to do. So this is what we do. Now, business houses also look at the employees as the family member. There are many, the traditional business houses will be going things in a very positive way. And then when we look at the community, so all these things are basically holistic. We are looking at the larger perspective, and all of them are put together. We can do a better job. I just give you a simple systems map on this. So I'm walk or bike rather than drive. Advantages: I use lesser fuel, lesser carbon emission, reduce air pollution, which slows the global warming. My personal advantages: I get exercises, I am physically healthier. And economic advantages: I save money in the long run. That's it. So biking makes a thing. So rather than talking about making those isolated places, can I make cities which are more bike friendly? Can I make neighborhoods which are more pedestrian and bike friendly? Because if I do that, then people will be able to do it. Right now, everything that we do or designing is motor car oriented, because that is how we work and that is how the decision makers work. So we'll always have a large porch, because you never know when would the governor will come to your college and inaugurate certain conference. So that's why you need a porch. So architectural minds operate on those aspects of it. So the general sustainability principles, I'll just summarize it: minimize resource consumptions, maximize efficiency, foster conservation, focus on quality versus quantity, need versus wants, and redesign the economy and artifacts to mimic the natural system. So all this issue of bionic architecture, so many people are doing all the work, and a lot of good work is happening in the field of architecture, because their buildings are one of the largest energy guzzlers. So we have to look beyond that also. So the sustainability tool, as we say, the economic principles, the environmental principles, the social principles, and that is what education for sustainable development is all about. That is what the tagline of our university is, and that is a United Nations driven thing. The whole job is, how do we develop systems thinker? Architecture colleges, institutions, we have to look at a systems thinker. And those system thinkers which have high cultural values, these are the three legs are then only tied up. If these cultural values are not tying up these three legs, the spiritual principles are not tying up these three legs, the stool will not stand, it will collapse. And that is an important thing to understand. A technological society has got two choices. First, it can wait until catastrophe failures expose system deficiencies, distortion, and self-deceptions. Secondly, a culture can provide societal checks and balances to correct for systemic distortion prior to catastrophic failure. Mahatma Gandhi said, choice is yours. Speed is irrelevant if you are going in the wrong direction. Thank you for listening. And I hope I have completed this in the given time. And I was told that 1 hour. I have just completed my talk time according to that. And there are questions that people wanted to ask if they wish to. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to answer all of them, but I'll try. So it's now open.
Yes, sir. So it's always a pleasure to be listening to you. So that connect between culture, lifestyle, and sustainable development, I think that has been expressed very fascinatingly. I hope all the participants also had so much fun listening to you. I'll just open up the floor for the participants to ask any questions directly. Uh, if you can unmute yourself and ask the questions. We'll just wait for a minute, sir, if they want to ask the questions, or else I'll ask the questions that's come up in the chat.
I don't guarantee my ability to answer all the questions. So don't
Yes,
ask me tough questions.
The participants.
So whatever questions I'm not able to answer, Tino, you take over.
So we'll get back to them later on that then.
No, you try to answer. That is a teacher. Oh, I'll come back to you tomorrow.
The participants, is there something that you would like to ask her directly? Please unmute yourself and ask the questions. So, sir, I'll just directly ask the questions. Just come in the chat box then.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. So, the first question is, where do we place sustainability in globalization? Can globalization be compromised in the name of sustainability?
So one thing is for very sure, globalization, there is no way to compromise. Globalization is inevitable. And anybody who was saying globalization was not possible and not inevitable, I think Corona has made them. One small little virus originating from one corner puts the whole world to standstill. So that is completely, anybody says that globalization is ruled out or is wrong and all, it's a wrongful thinking. It is there. It is there. We cannot avoid it. It is, and like I said, after this coronavirus, anybody says that we can remain isolated in our rooms or in the country, it is simply impossible. It is simply impossible. So one thing we have to do is, the only way, which again the corona has taught us, is to increase our tolerance, our immunity, and that can only be done by living a sustainable life, if I may put it correctly. So it is about changing my lifestyle that is important. All of us have done it. I mean, imagine if this conference were happening in a physical mode of this thing, what is the kind of a carbon footprint you would have been burning? So we have to look at things positively. Globalization is there to stay for sure. It is the lessons of globalization that we are talking about it. So I am not saying that is exactly when I in my slide also says that the people who are anti-globalization movements, they are complaining about these things. I would rather welcome them because it is giving us opportunities, and especially when it comes to India, it is giving us huge, huge opportunities. That is something I have to say on this.
Yes, sir. The second question is, in India, we do not yet measure our development with the happiness index. Why is it so? Now, how do we measure the happiness index in a country that is globally, economically poor?
So one thing is very sure that all the studies have shown that, especially happiness index, they have got certain parameters. Now they have those parameters against which we measure them, and because they are universal, so it is wrong to say that we do not measure happiness index. Happiness index is created, it is measured. Now the per capita income of Bhutan is very, very low, but you find people there with a very high happiness index. So the two things are not correlated. In fact, Bhutan is one nation. They decided to be very, very conservative because they said, look, we have to protect our environment. It is only Bhutan Airlines which travels to Bhutan, nothing else. They do not allow a particular amount of more than a particular number of tourists to come to them. So they have all their resources. It is a very self-contained, vibrant nation which is protecting itself in a sustainable way and is very happy. So we are, in fact, on crossroads. We do not know which side to go on. But the change is coming. I can tell you that there were times when I can give one example. People talk about criticism and various things. So there was a time when doing this morning yoga exercises or anything was considered as play. It was not a high status symbol. So as a young boy, I would not be doing that. The habit still continues. But now you suddenly discover. So one advantage that we have is our youth is awakened to the reality. The globalization, the international travel, the IT sector has made them think afresh and do things in a very, very positive way. So this is a wonderful sign. I have seen people traveling, the young lot, the children, they are far better off than our middle-aged group, our group. So there was a time when we were doing very well. Then there were time people like of my age, you will find them, throwing the banana skin somewhere outside the car, but you will not find that happening to a young boy or a girl brought in the same circumstances, same family. And it is only when you are traveling with your children or your grandchildren, then you discover these things. So with age, things keep changing. We are getting into a different mode, and we are in for a very, very positive side of it. That's for sure.
Yeah, probably we all have forgotten to be happy, and then we are refinding our happiness. uh, so,
So that is
so
why,
there was,
but I feel sad that now morning you go to some of these parks, they have these laughing clubs. So people stand there, all the senior citizens, they are standing and laughing. I said, why can't you simply laugh all the time? Why can't you be happy in the classroom while teaching? Why do you have to? Most of the professors, I'm sorry to say, they'll wear a very grumpy look, as if they smile, then the children will not obey them or something like this. So purposely they wear a very stiff, grumpy look, and they go on like that. Now that's their problem. So don't worry. You be happy. In fact, one of the easiest things to make somebody unhappy is you just laugh in front of him twice, and this guy is going to be unhappy. As long as we don't worry about this, just be happy, enjoy your life, enjoy whatever you're doing, live in the present, and that will really help a lot.
Yes, sir. So we have the next question, which is, are there methods to calculate ecological value?
Yes, we can always calculate ecological values, and there are various indicators available. It's a long thing, but it can have a bias, because it's something like this. When you are doing social cost benefit analysis, or when you are doing economic rate of returns, then we put in all those numbers. So not only I calculate the development cost and the advantage that I'm getting out of it, but also I'm going to calculate what is the disadvantage of it. In putting it in a slightly simpler, not very complex way. For example, if I have to check up what is the ultimate social cost benefit analysis of putting up a university in a agricultural land. So while it will add value to the economy, etc., I'll remove certain portion. I says, but this land, there was agricultural field taking place. This was growing certain thing, food. It was giving employment to some people. It was giving food to the cattle. It was a green space, adding value to them. All that can be measured in the form of indicators. It is a complex thing, but again, it is a value-laden thing. So it is a possibility to measure. Obviously, it cannot get into that number, because, and that is why there is a problem. What gets measured gets managed. So there are indicators where people have started measuring it, and just like they've worked out happiness, otherwise, how do you measure happiness? So they work out certain indicators. Against those indicators, people give their response, and they do. How do you measure livability? You know, when you say this is a livable city, so you'll have to work out certain indicators. And people make choices that, well, I want to live in my hometown, or I want to live in my big city, or I want to live near a nice lake. So everybody makes those compromises, makes the pros and cons of it, and measures it. This can be done in a mathematical way, but primarily using indicators against which you said what are the choices that you want to make and how it will make a difference.
Yes, sir. So we have one last comment from one of the participants. Yes, you addressed it, but I'll just read it out again. The Indian Constitution outlines fundamental rights of citizens and has no.
I answered that during, I saw that chat and I answered that. See,
Okay.
I was talking of a society which is self-sustaining society, does not require any intervention. The law is required when the societal norms are not taking place. So thus, the Indian Constitution is the preamble of the Indian Constitution. If you read, it provides for basic 4 values. And they are important for us to understand. Those values will help you understand what is happening to your society. When somebody fails in the duty, then the Constitution provides me the protection to ask for it from my right. So when the government is not doing its duty, I have a right to do it. That is why it is documented. But we don't go around to court then every time that somebody says something to you, your uncle does not give you pocket money, you don't go to the court, do you? So there are things which cannot be defined, which cannot be explained. So those are extreme measures. So Constitution provides us protection. That is very important. Legal protection. And that was a very positive thing that we did. But then it rests on the values. And those values, you just don't have to read the whole Constitution. The 4 words that are used in the preamble of the Constitution, please do read them. And you'll understand what a rich document it is. Because it is completely based on the cultural values, universal human values it talks about, which are completely sustainable, which are endless, will continue forever, which are eternal. So Indian Constitution is an amazing document, done very, very meticulously using resources from all parts of the country. From France, they took something, Europe, everything, but still it remains an embodiment of the Indian values. And it is an eternal. So ultimately, those 4 items that we talk about in the preamble are the eternal values of human being, which are enshrined in there. So to give you rights, just so that somebody is not doing his duty well, then you can catch hold of him. That's a system it provides you.
Yes, sir. So we have one last question. Uh, with respective to sustainability, your suggestion on how potential urban waste can be reused in a sustainable way.
If there are cities in this world where I give example of Borås in Sweden, where the waste going to the landfill site is less than 1% of the total waste. So whatever is produced is recycled and recycled and recycled. To that extent, I'll give an example. I mean, you have a sewer line, so they have hot water being supplied, which is hot water is being supplied to the city using the burners or the furnaces, which use plastic waste, or all kinds of waste. The last bit of item which cannot be uh, either recycled or reused. Resource recovery is what they call. With that, they produce steam and the hot water. This hot water is supplied to all the households in the city, which they use it to for their washing, bathing, and all the radiators where the hot water is supplied. Now, when the hot water goes down the drain after the bath, the temperature they discovered is around 35 to 40 degrees centigrade, no, 35 degrees centigrade. So the city has laid down some pipelines where the roads are heated, because that water, when it floats under that road with the cobblestones, the ice on that melts. So they don't have to use those big flows to clean up those cities. Now, on which the buses ply on the gas which is produced from the compost plant of the waste, and so on and so forth. It does that. Now, in another city, we discovered that there is a company, energy recovery company, which is buying sewer waste before it is put to treated sewer waste before it is put into the sea. Why? They discovered that the temperature of that water was coming as 15 degrees centigrade. So they take water, extract heat out of it, and at the 5 degrees centigrade, then that water is put into the sea. So these are some of the examples of energy recovery systems. I was talking about the Shree Cement factory. They have those huge chimneys, very, very tall chimney. Now, obviously the smoke, the hot air that is coming up from the chimney when it starts from the furnace is very hot. And it was all being escaping into the sky. Now, at the 3 levels, they have heat exchangers where they are recovering the heat energy out of those hot air and reusing them. All the hotels that you go to, they use wonderful technologies of heat exchangers where the heat produced by the pumps and the diesel generator sets is used and fed into the boilers. So it is how you look at it. Commercialization takes place when things are easily available. You go to, when the LED lights came into being, the first ones to use them were these vendors, the local street shoppers, the pavement vendors. Why? Because they would rely on a small battery. The CFL lamp was consuming more energy, so they started using LED lights because it makes more sense to them. The energy was scarce. Only when there is an abundance, we tend to waste. When the items are scarce, we use them very carefully. If you are to take a bath in the hot water and the hot water tap is 50 meters away from your shower, you have to carry that water in your bucket. You'll be very happy carrying it in one bucket of water. But when the hot water is in the shower head, we spend 4 buckets of water at least taking that hot water shower. No, so we have to so at times good infrastructure making things easier gives rise to a consumption which may not be the most sustainable way of doing it. Okay.
Yes, sir. I think we all need to start talking to ourselves and also to the students that we teach about circular thinking, and it's become the very much need of the hour. Uh, so we are done with the session, sir. We are done with the questions. I would
Thank
request
you
all
so
the
much.
participants. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, please stay online. We'll request all the participants to switch on their video so that we can take a photograph for the attendance as well.
And please do share this photograph with me.
Definitely, sir.
Any other comments also you have, please feel free to mail me. You can take my mail from Tino, and I'll be
We'll
happy to
share.
answer them. Or any information that you would like me to share. I have a lot of presentations and PowerPoint. I'll be happy to share them.
We'll share sir's mail ID with you in the WhatsApp chat or on the mail, so you can mail sir regarding your queries.
Harshita and Shantanu have to switch on their video, and everybody has to smile.
I'm guessing many of them will have connectivity issues.
No, some of us has not had their bath. Nothing to do with connectivity.
If you have something to ask, please speak. You can unmute yourself and speak. Otherwise, please keep your audio soft because it's quite disturbing. Okay, we are done with the photos. Neeraj sir, thank you so much for the session. That was truly insightful. Uh, we'll meet you again soon.
Anytime, please, most feel free. Thank you so much. Now,
Thank you, sir.
all the best.
Thank you,
And
sir.
good to see it. It's wonderful work you are doing. I keep getting information, and I'm sure the college is fortunate to have you there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
For the participants' benefit, I can tell you, Tino has been one of the finest students that we have had in last 1 decade. She is the topper of the batch, and some really amazing work she did as a part of her master's work. Very, very rarely competent person. Very, very competent person. Nitin,
Thank you
don't feel
so
bad about it, but you are also good. But Tino has been the best all through.
He's sitting right next to me, sir.
Oh, show your face. Yeah, great. He was very good, but he wasn't as hardworking as you are. No? He had
He's
some
super
local
hardworking here.
distractions. He had some local distractions. Okay, all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the appreciation. Thank you so much. To all the participants, we'll put you in the breakout session. We'll resume at 11:30. At that time, you will come back to the main session, right? So you can interact within yourselves in the breakout session. You can interact with whoever is there. We have a few speakers also. We have Meenakshi ma'am with us. So once you put in the breakout session, you can interact within yourselves. We'll bring you back at 11:30. Thank you. Probably. Pradipta sir? Yes, you can hear me? So you're on mute. Can you please unmute yourself? It will be on the lower tab
Yeah.
of your. Yeah.
Okay, can you know?
Yes. Yes, sir. We can see you. We can hear you both.
Okay.
So I'll just share the PPT so that you can say if you can see it.
I can't hear you.
So can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, sir? എന്താണ് ഇവിടെ ചെന്നിട്ട് audio.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. Are you not able to hear me?
I'm not able to hear you.
Okay, sir, can you on the lower tab? Okay, on the lower tab, can you see?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Just a second. What do you want me to do? Yeah, there's a button. Yeah, lower side. Yeah. Yeah. Switch audio. Okay. Yeah. I disconnect.
Hello, sir, are you able to hear? Sir, mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. You able to hear us, sir? Can you hear us, sir?
No, can you say? I can't hear you anymore. Let's just speak up.
Hello, hello.
Yes.
Hel-
I
Yes,
can't hear you.
Sir, is there any headphones plugged in to a system?
That's right.
Hmm?
Have you connected any headset?
No, no,
Okay,
no,
rejoin.
no.
Can you please rejoin again?
Okay.
Lidita, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
clear.
Just,
Okay. Sir has some network issue. He's getting stuck in between. You are
yeah.
proper.
Okay, all right,
Ask
all
him.
right.
Ask him if he has muted his, speaker or something.
Yeah, yeah. We have asked him to leave the meet, so once he rejoins, we'll ask him that.
Yeah, laptop and the speaker mute ആയിരിക്കും sir.
Yeah, yeah. We'll just check that. So just be ready. We may start just immediately. So be just be
Yeah.
ready for a second. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I'm ready.
Sorry. Sir, please, sir, number? Yes. So please unmute yourself. Please, हमारे भी दो. Sir, sir, can you unmute yourself? We can't hear you now. On the lower. Yes, yes. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, perfectly well, sir.
Okay, sure. Now
Yeah.
you have to bring up the presentation.
Yes, yes. So can you see the presentation? This is just for your introduction. So you can see the presentation now,
I
right?
can see this. That's right. Yeah.
Okay, all right, sir. So we'll join in the participants right now, and
Yeah.
we'll start right away.
That's right. I should be able to read the presentation anyway. Yeah. Okay. Go
Yes,
ahead.
yes. Uh, so in another 10 seconds, the participants will join us. So we'll start it. Lidita, I hope you're online.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Participants. Lidita, you may start.
Okay. Welcome back. I hope everyone has able to stretch their legs and get back to our next session. I would like to invite Dr. Prodipto Ghosh for the next session of the day. Prodipto Ghosh was involved in research and teaching at the interface of science, economics, philosophy, and public policy. Currently, he is Distinguished Fellow at Terry Trustee of the Terry School of Advanced Studies, member of Task Force on Interlinking of Rivers and Task Force of other bodies, including FICCI, etc. He is also chairman of the boards of ILFS, Environment Infrastructure and Services Limited. Earlier, he was a member of the PM's Council on Climate Change, Advisory Committee on G20 Matters of the Ministry of Finance, member of the National Security Advisory Council, member of the Scientific Advisory Council of the Cabinet, and a member of the Governing Council of the Indian Council of Social Science Research. He was adjunct faculty at the Carnegie Mellon University, Pittsburgh, Terry University, and formerly visiting fellow at the Smith College, Oxford. He is an external examiner for PhD dissertations in the Department of Philosophy, Delhi University, the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, New Delhi, Tata Institute of Social Science, Mumbai, and the Terry School of Advanced Studies. He was a member of IAS from 1969 to 2007, when he retired as Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Forest from the year 2003 to 2007. He has also held the positions of Economic Advisor and Additional Secretary to the Prime Minister from 2001 to 2003, during which he was Member Secretary of the PM's Economic Advisory and Trade and Industry Councils, as well as Co-Executive Secretary of the Indo-US Economic Dialogue, Additional Secretary at the Department of Economic Affairs in the year 2003, and Senate Environment Specialist at the Asian Development Bank, Manila, from the year 1994 to 2001. He was also a member of India's negotiating team at the UNFCCC Climate Change Negotiation from 2001 to 2012. He is the author of a number of peer-reviewed research papers and several newspaper articles. He has a PhD in economics and policy analysis from the Carnegie Mellon University, Pittsburgh, and a BTech in chemical engineering from IIT Delhi, and has received alumni achievement awards from both institutions. He is also the recipient of the BP Pal Sanitary Memorial Award. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Lidita. And let me begin by expressing my gratitude to MES College of Architecture and AICTE for very kindly inviting me to participate in this extremely important faculty development program. The title of my presentation is, Does Environmental Conservation Inevitably Reduce Economic Growth? And essentially what I'll be doing in this presentation is trying to explore several facets of the very complex relationship between the environment and the economy. So next, please. So let me start by going back a number of decades to the controversy about Kerala's Silent Valley. And in February 1973, the Planning Commission approved a hydroelectric dam project in the Silent Valley in Palakkad district. The dam would submerge 8.3 square kilometers of moist, evergreen, pristine tropical forest to generate about 250 megawatts of power. The forest is a location of immense endogenous biodiversity, including the charismatic species, the endangered lion-tailed macaque. A massive public agitation against the project followed. In 1982, the central government constituted a committee headed by Professor M.G.K. Menon, a very eminent physicist, Professor Madhav Gadgil, a very eminent life sciences scientist, and Dilip Biswas, who was then chairman of the Central Pollution Control Board, to review the project. Hydropower project could be implemented without significant environmental damage. It submitted its report in 1983. Next, please. Now, Dr. T.N. Khushu, who was India's first environment secretary and my predecessor several times removed, was strongly against the project taking place at all. He sought the advice of Manmohan Singh, who was then Economic Affairs Secretary. Manmohan Singh suggested that in addition to the Menon Committee report, a cost-benefit analysis of the project be undertaken, which would include the loss of value from genetic diversity and the environmental services of the forest. This cost-benefit analysis study determined that in strictly economic terms, it was more beneficial to retain the forest and scrap the hydropower project. And now, as we know, Silent Valley is a national park and that hydropower project never went through. Now, this is a story which was told to me by Dr. Khushu a few months before he passed away, and so it is not available in any publication. Now, how exactly, that is, what kind of decision rules we may adopt and how environmental values may be included in public decision making, which is largely but not exclusively on economic criteria, is the theme of this presentation. And as I've said, I will explore several facets of the relationship between economics and the environment. Next, please. Let us start at the beginning by trying to understand what do we mean by economics and what do we mean by the environment. Textbook definition of economics is that it is a study of how to realize the greatest benefit to humans when resources are limited and wants are unlimited. And so to understand the environment, there are of course many definitions of the environment, but I have picked the one from the National Environment Policy of 2006. And it says the environment comprises all entities natural or man-made, external to oneself and their interrelationships, which provide value now or perhaps in the future to humankind. Environmental concerns relate to the degradation through actions of humans. Next, please. Now, if we look at these definitions, the key word is value to humankind. And in economics, value to non-human entities is neglected, but not value of non-human entities. Now, if we read the two definitions together, by benefit we mean value, and by resources we mean entities that provide value. Now, here's the important point, and this is a source of great confusion. Neither definition relates to market exchanges. So when people talk of economics, they normally think of market transactions. And, normally when people think of economics and the environment, while economics is understood to relate to market values, environment is understood to relate to things that cannot be valued in the market. And neither actually is true. Neither notion is true. Next, please. So now let's look at a current example. So the Chennai edition of the Hindu of 4th February 2021 is just about 2 weeks ago, carried an article by Krishnadas Rajagopal titled 300 felled trees will cost rupees 2.2 billion in products including oxygen. The article noted the Supreme Court on Wednesday took judicial notice of its expert committee report, which said the felling of 300 heritage trees to construct 5 railway overbridges in West Bengal will cost India a staggering rupees 2.235 billion. The 10J figure was arrived at by the committee after calculating the products these trees would produce over 100 years of their natural lifetime. The committee included oxygen, micronutrients, compost, and biofertilizer, besides the trees being valued because of the natural environment. In case the road is the value of each built into the cost of the project, Chief Justice Bobde suggested. Next, please. Of 300 trees would be much more than the 500 crore rupees sanctioned for the 5 rail overbridges. Besides, the committee noted traffic congestion would see a further widening of the road in a decade or so. This would mean cutting another 4,056 trees. If so, the loss would add to rupees 30.21 billion over a period of 100 years. The committee said that this would lead to an environmental and economic catastrophe of horrifying proportions. The proposals are part of a mega project financed by the Center to construct 208 rail over and under bridges across 19 states in the country. The Setu Bharatam mega project, as it is called, has a sanctioned cost of rupees 20,800 crores. It is meant to better traffic movement, reduce accidents, and avert deaths at railway crossings. These historical trees have irreplaceable value. Compensatory afforestation cannot replace trees of this value, another committee member said in a separate report. Next, please. Now, this example illustrates some of the issues involved in deciding whether a given public activity is better than the alternatives, or at all worthwhile in meeting given public objectives. And we go over some of these questions. First, what is the basis of assigning monetary values to intangibles such as environmental quality that are not created in market? Second, how does one compare costs and benefits that unevenly manifest over time and in particular long periods of time, in this case 100 years? Next, please. Third, how does one value risks to life and limb to take them into account in a cost-benefit analysis? if the benefits and disadvantages impact the poor and rich unequally, what is to be done? Fifth, how does one value entities of irreplaceable value? And this presentation is organized around how economics may help answer these 5 questions. Next, please. Now, the cost-benefit analysis is based on a simple principle called the Calder-Hicks principle. And Calder-Hicks is based on a very simple logic. If in a given project with benefits, for example, reduced traffic congestion, benefits, for example, cutting trees, loss of homes of people in the right of way, etc., can, in principle, fully compensate the losers and still benefit, that is, the benefits exceed costs, the project can go ahead. Now, Calder-Hicks principle does not require that within the scope of the project, the compensation is actually paid to the losers. And I will come to the question of what exactly this means a little later. Next, please. So now let us try to answer these 5 questions. The first question is, how does one assign monetary values to non-traded environmental entities? Now, cost-benefit analysis is premised on the assumption that people are willing to pay money for benefits. It's called willingness to pay, or WTP. And they can accept these benefits if they are sufficiently compensated by money. So this is termed compensation demanded, or CD. It does not matter whether the benefits or disbenefits are marketed or not. The point is, one should be able to assess the WTP and the CD. It does not matter whether the benefits are actually traded in the market. So in a cost-benefit analysis, for example, the value of cement, labor, timber, etc., these are goods which are traded in markets and accordingly have market prices. So these may be taken as the respective WTPs or the CDs for these entities. And these values may be compared or summed with the value of intangible benefits or disbenefits, which are not traded in the markets, if one could ascertain the WTPs and the CDs of the intangibles. Next, please. So how does one determine the WTPs for benefits and CDs for disbenefits of intangibles such as mental quality that have no direct price? There are several techniques. I will just give the broad outline of these techniques. The actual details, you would have to refer to a textbook on environmental economics for that. So let's come to the first category of techniques. These are called express preference methods. And in these methods, the demand for environmental goods may be determined by looking at individuals' expressed preference for these goods relative to their demand for other goods and services. And express preference techniques explicitly inquire from persons how much they would value an environmental good. Now, one popular form is contingent valuation, which seeks information on willingness to pay or willingness to accept compensation for an increase or decrease in some non-marketed goods or services. For example, residents in a particular neighborhood may be asked how much they are willing to pay for planting of shade in the street, or if the street is already tree-lined, how much compensation they would require if the trees were to be felled for some reasons, but which are unrelated to the residents' preferences. Next, please. Of methods are the revealed preferences, and these methods rely on the premise that individuals, in purchasing a good or service, are actually buying a package of attributes which include both environmental and other qualities. For example, in land located in a locality with polluted air versus another locality with after accounting for all other significant location attributes, provide how much the market values clean air. So these methods, of course, they require you to separate influence of different factors which influence land value, and out of these factors that you also identify environmental quality as one of these factors. Then a third are cost-based methods. These methods value in terms of what opportunity costs are incurred in order to retain them, or alternatively, what costs must be met in order to restore them. For example, if construction of a housing project involves clear felling of forest land, resulting in loss of groundwater recharge, soil conservation, and air pollution abatement, what would be the cost of acquiring other land and foresting it to realize the same environmental benefits? So how do you replace the environmental services? What is the cost of replacement of the environmental services? Next, please. So this tries to illustrate schematically how valuation of the environment may work in a decision-making framework. So the vertical axis indicates the unit cost of various measures which I've identified for reducing PM 2.5 in air pollution. So these are to use biomass for compost, that is the stubble which is left behind in the field. Secondly, the remaining biomass to use it for power generation. Third is to shift industries from burning oil or coal to CNG. And the fourth is the replacement of electric vehicles. Now, the horizontal line in red, that which starts from the origin O. From this origin, if you go up, you'll see that all these options are positive cost options, and this red datum line is that when we are evaluating the costs without looking at environmental benefits. But each of these options is actually benefit. Now, to take environmental benefits into account, we shift the datum line upwards to O hat, and the vertical distance between them is the benefit of 1 unit of PM 2.5 reduction. So once you do that, you can see that use biomass for compost, using biomass for power, and using CNG for industries, they become negative cost. Negative cost means that there is a net economic benefit in opting for these, in choosing these options. Where in the previous case, where we did not take environmental values into account, all of the options were positive cost, and therefore they were a net economic loss to society if you use them as options for reducing air pollution. But once you take the value of air pollution into account, 3 of them become negative cost, that is, they provide a net economic benefit to society, and only 1 remains as a positive cost, that is, they involve positive costs to society. Next, please. So let's look at the second question. How does one compare costs and benefits that manifest over perhaps very long periods of time? Now let us go back to the Silent Valley Dam project. The net benefits of the dam, which include hydropower, would be available over, say, 50 years, which is the life of the dam, while environmental benefits, biodiversity, hydrology, clean air, etc., would be available for an indefinitely long period if the dam were not built. So how does one compare the costs and benefits in the two cases? Now, arriving at a common measure, that is present value of costs and benefits, which accrue over time at different rates, is accomplished by what is called the social discount rate. Now, what do we mean by the social discount rate? The social discount rate as the inverse of an interest rate. So consider an individual. Now, he or she may be indifferent between getting a payment of rupees 100 now or 110 rupees after 1 year. So you tell her that, look, here is 100 rupees now, or here is a check dated 1 year for 110 rupees, and she may be indifferent between the two. then in that case, her personal discount rate is 10%. Now, the personal discount rates of individuals are aggregated by the market to arrive at the risk-free interest rate. Now, similarly, society may be indifferent between getting a certain benefit worth rupees 100 now or the same benefit worth 105 after 1 year. In this case, the social discount rate is 5%. But here there's a problem. There is no market information which can be relied upon to determine the social discount rate. And the rate is accordingly a matter of explicit personal choice. So while the personal social discount rates of individuals are averaged out in the market to give an interest rate, the society's interest rate, society's discount rate cannot be ascertained from any information that you can get from the market. And so one has to make an explicit political choice about how much we value the future in relation to the present. Next, please. Supposing the relevant periods for computing costs and benefits are over many generations, can we use the same rate as for a single generation? So let's look at a simple numerical example. So if one discounts a cost or benefit with, say, a 5% social discount rate over a period of 100 years, 100 now becomes 76 paisa 100 years in the future. Accordingly, in the case of Silent Valley, use of a conventional discount rate for the environmental benefit that accrues over many generations would trivialize it and essentially be ignored. On the other hand, in the case of the Silent Valley, the benefits of hydropower which are available over a short time period would be valued much larger. So the value of the biodiversity which is retained after 100 years and the environmental services which are retained after 100 years, so 100 rupees of that becomes 76 paisa now. But the benefits of hydropower which are available immediately after the construction of the dam are available over a shorter period. And so then 100 rupees in, say, a time frame of 10 years would become, say, 80 rupees, after say 10 years. So there is not much discounting there. So if one simply adopted the social discount rate for short periods, if Dr. Khushu had done that in the case of the Silent Valley, then the hydropower dam would have got built and we would not have the national park. Next, please. So how do we decide on the social discount rate over very long periods of time? Now, normally when we speak of a social discount rate, we are talking of people of the same generation. Project of 10 years, 20 years, etc. Well, generation which pays the costs or gets the benefits is essentially unchanged. If we go 100 years into the future or 200 years into the future, we are speaking about different generations. We are speaking about our great-great-grandchildren, great-great-great-grandchildren, and so on. So one approach is based on the ethical principle of universalizability. And this treats the interests of persons equally, irrespective of the generation they belong to. So what does the principle of universalizability say? If an individual A is to be given a certain consideration on the necessary and sufficient ground that he or she possesses a quality Q, then the same consideration cannot be denied to other individuals B, C, D, and so on, each of whom also possesses Q. So for example, if a person A is to be paid a salary of rupees 1 lakh a month on the ground that she is a qualified physician, so Q signifies that she is qualified as a physician, the same salary cannot be denied to another person, B, C, and D, who is similarly qualified, that is also a physician, on the ground that she belongs to that on some irrelevant ground, that she belongs to religious or linguistic minority, etc., etc. So in the context of intergenerational social discount rates, the principle of universalizability prohibits discrimination by date of birth. So essentially it means that people in this generation are to be treated exactly the same as people of future generations. you cannot say that I will consider future generations, the value of benefits or cost of future generations, I will not consider them to be different from that of my generation. Next, please. Now, we have a problem here though. The prohibition of discrimination by date of birth would imply that in the intergenerational context, the social discount rate should be 0. Now, in this case, it leads to the result that benefits or costs that accrue over very long periods of time are indefinitely large. So essentially, it means that if we cut a tree now and we sum the loss of its benefits till infinity, then the present value becomes infinity. And this would have a very impossible implication that we may never impact the environment in the slightest way, and that no economic of any kind should then be permissible. Now, there's a big literature on this environmental economics as to what to do in these contexts. But let me just say here that in practice, social discount rate for intergenerational impacts are chosen on various assumptions, and these are very small positive rates. For example, in the context of long-term impacts of climate change, Nick Stern made adjustments for the small probability that the human race may cease to exist, or if it does, that the future generations may be richer, to arrive at a discount rate of 0.5%. So that is how we arrived at the idea that the costs of climate change over a period of 100 years will be greater than the social costs of the 2 world wars. Next, please. Now let's look at question 3. How does one value risks to life and limb? In the case of the Setu Bharatam project, one of the objectives is to reduce accidents and loss of life and limb. However, the idea of imputing monetary value to the life of a given individual, this to our mind is extremely repugnant in moral terms. However, societies frequently face situations in which they must decide how much of scarce resources to allocate to mitigate statistical risks to life and limb from uncertain events, such as exposure to pollution, traffic accidents, etc. A statistical risk means that in a large population of, say, 1 million, a statistical risk of, say, 0.1% in a year means that 1,000 people will die from a certain cause. If you say that that is the statistical risk of this cause. But we don't know which 1,000 people. We don't know their identities. So that's why it's called statistical risk. But if you know their identities, then we are no longer in the space of statistical risks. Then we are speaking of actual individuals. Now, in other words, how can we assign monetary values to these statistical risks? Next, please. Now, the most common way of reckoning the economic value of a person's life to society is to discount the present value by means of a social discount rate. That is to discount the stream of his expected future earnings. So if a person dies in an accident at the age of 40, and you would not him to be earning till the age of 60, then you compute his earnings from age 40 to age 60, discount them by an appropriate social discount rate, and that is the value of statistical life you will get. This is the economic value of a person's statistical life. Now, the expected earnings in a given year, of course, is the actual earnings times the probability that the person will be alive during that year in question. Another method is to calculate the discounted value to the present of the losses over time as a result of the death of the person by netting out the consumption of the person from her earnings. So this just amend the previous method. So we just say that whatever the person earns from the age of 40 to 60, out of that, we remove what that person herself would have consumed, and the rest is available for the survivors. And so then we take that cost. And then, of course, we discount it to present value. Next, please. And the third calculates the value of statistical life, which is implicitly adopted by society in various interventions. For example, in a vaccination program, 10 statistical lives are saved for every 1,000 rupees spent. Then for railway, supposing then we say now we have to decide how much to spend on railway safety, then the appropriate outlay would then be 100 rupees for every life expected to be saved. Then there's a fourth method which uses data to determine how much people value risk to their own life and limb. For example, if an accident insurance costs 1,000 rupees to compensate for 5% probability of dying in a road accident in a year, we should pay rupees 800 for seat belts that reduce this probability to 1%. Of course, each of these methods is not without its problems. And once again, there's a vast literature on these issues in standard text on cost-benefit analysis, one of which I have listed in the references to this presentation. But suffice it to say that while this is a broad approach, each of these has problems. Now, we, however, need to know that when we are about an actual lives lost, when we know for sure that a number of lives would be lost in an activity, even if we did not know who precisely we are in a different arena. We are not in the arena of statistical life anymore. Then we are in the area of incommensurable values, which we will discuss later. Next, please. The next question: if the benefits of a program group go primarily to the rich and disbenefits to the poor, what are we to do? And quite apart from the fact that in many projects, the environmental disbenefits go primarily to the poor and the benefits go primarily to the rich, quite apart from that, the same benefit or cost would be valued differently by the rich and the poor. So let me illustrate this. I think many of you would have seen the film My Fair Lady. Now, the main character, Professor Henry Higgins, he was offered a shilling for each phonetics lesson by Eliza Doolittle, a poor flower girl. And he observes that as a percentage of this girl's income, it is equivalent to 60 or 70 pounds from a millionaire. He says, by George, it's the best offer I have ever had. So the point is that the same benefit or disadvantage would elicit lower WTPs or CDs from the poor than the rich, and would thus enable projects or policies that are skewed with most of the advantages, example, public parks, going to the rich neighborhoods, and the disadvantages, example, sewage treatment plants, to the habitations of the poor. So what is to be done in this case? Next, please. Now, the Kaldor-Hicks approach, that is, that the compensation need not actually be paid to the users within the scope of this project. I mean, you may have had a lot of reservations when I mentioned this, but it is actually not as perverse as it seems. The number of winners and losers in the project will be large, and their respective WTPs and CDs may be very hard to determine. Moreover, the project may have secondary impacts such as a road project leading to the opening of new homes and businesses, and these, by increasing the value of land, benefits owners, which cannot be anticipated and taken into account. Now, the plausibility of the Kaldor-Hicks approach hinges on the fact that society may adopt a constellation of policies, some of them for increasing efficiency, that is, maximize benefits over costs, and others for promoting equity, for example, food subsidy for the poor, and the overall balance would depend on both administrative capacity and political feasibility. Nevertheless, there are ways within the CBA framework, cost benefit analytical framework, that can directly account for the equity implications of projects. Next, please. Now, there are two forms of CBA, cost benefit analysis. First is called Paretian CBA, which follows the Kaldor-Hicks principle. And the second is called decision-making CBA, in which makes explicit her weights for different kinds of costs and benefits, including impacts on different social classes. Now, suppose the Minister for Railways is to decide on the location of a new locomotive factory, which would lead to many industrial jobs. Under the Kaldor-Hicks principle, it is not possible for her to influence the ranking of different possible locations for the factory. Her personal valuations do not matter. It is only the valuations either expressed in the market or the valuations of those who will benefit or lose which matter. Now, in a decision-making framework, the purpose of cost-benefit analysis is to show how certain public objectives stated by the decision maker through the weights that she places on these objectives can be accomplished rationally. Next, please. Now, the decision maker in this decision-making framework of cost-benefit analysis, the decision maker may assign weights for costs and benefits, and these may be for attributes that differ across constituencies in line with the chosen objectives. So, our railway minister is thus able to solve a problem. If her constituency has the lowest proportion of factory workers than competing constituencies, she simply has to give a high weight to the criterion of low level of factory employment. And so therefore, automatically, because of the high weight to low level of factory employment, the locomotive factory would get located in her constituency. But of course, the point is that the weights may be assigned on many different criteria, including the level of poverty, etc. Now, the decision-making approach implies that the terms cost and benefit lose their ordinary economic meaning and make sense only in terms of the values assigned by the decision maker. And the point is that the weights must be made explicit, which means that they must be made public and subject to public discourse. So there is no way that the decision maker can hide her weightages for example, if a decision making analysis, the railway minister has given a very high weight to low level of factory employment, and this has driven the choice of location of the locomotive factory to her constituency. This fact must be known to the public. Next, please. Now let's come to the most difficult part of all. So how does one value entities of irreplaceable value? So let me give an example again. Now consider the choice offered to a tribal community in Niamgiri in Odisha, and this was a case from several years ago, between continued custody and preservation of their sacred mountain against a large flow of income from miners extracting its bauxite ore. And of course, as we know, the miner tribals rejected the miners' proposal. Now, sacred mountain is an example of an entity of irreplaceable or incommensurable value. And that is the abstract value to the tribe of the divinity of the mountain prevails over the value of any amount of money. And this is called trumping. No matter how high the monetary reward offered, the mining was not permitted by the tribe. And a weaker form of trumping would be that we allow strictly limited income generation from the mountain, from perhaps say allowing a limited number of tourists to come to the mountain and they have to pay an entry fee. So this doesn't really have serious environmental impacts. It can provide a stream of income to the tribals. So I'm just trying to illustrate the difference between trumping and strong trumping and weaker trumping. Next, please. Such entities are said to have incommensurable values because it is not possible to say which of two such entities, for example, the career of a teacher or a doctor, is better than or worse than or the same as the other. Now, decision making involving incommensurable values often turn up in policy making. And that incommensurability helps us to understand one feature of moral dilemmas which arise in public policy, that no matter what we do, something that should have been done. And the best example I can give of this is that in the year 2000, an Indian airliner was hijacked by terrorists to Afghanistan with 260 persons on board, and they were seeking the release of others. And this is an example of dialogue. So if the government had not yielded to the terrorists and retained their comrades, then the terrorists may have 260 people, 260 identifiable people. These were not statistical lives, but are lives of actual known people. On the other hand, by releasing the terrorists, there was the risk that these other terrorists may engage in more terrorist acts. And that is, of course, as we know, precisely what happened. So each of these options represented the moral dilemma, and one could argue for either side of the story. Next, please. Now, what is the more general problem? And it is this, that what is the range of possible ways of comparing two entities in terms of some value or values, some value or values. Now, some authors hold that there are other ways of comparison than equal to, or less than, or greater than. Normally, when we think of comparing two things, we say either they are equal to each other, or one is less than the other, or that is more than the other. Now, some authors, Griffin and Parfit, for example, argue for roughly equal, which relates to comparability among things that have the same relevant quality. So, for example, if we look at the value of social respect for teachers and doctors, we find that we can say that they are roughly about the same. We can't say that teachers are exactly equally respected than doctors, or they are less respected than doctors, or more respected than doctors. We say that, look, they are about the same, but we cannot exactly precisely say, which of the equal to or less than or greater than would apply. Another possibility is what's called being on par. That is, when of two entities, neither is better than the other, but they are sufficiently different in the relevant aspects of value that they cannot be equally good. For example, the star quality of Shah Rukh Khan versus Vidya Balan. We cannot say that one is better than the other. But again, they are sufficiently different. We cannot say that they are equally good. So, for example, in one case, the aspects of value are different. So, Shah Rukh Khan has a masculine star quality. Vidya Balan has a feminine star quality. The most that we can say is that they are on par. Next, please. Now we consider as an example 3 different breakfast choices, say between masala dosa, omelette toast, and puri bhaji. We often face these kinds of dilemmas, in daily life. Now a choice, for example, masala dosa can be justified. Justified meaning it's a rational choice if there is reason not to choose it. That is, if the value of masala dosa is than the value of omelette toast, and if the value of masala dosa is also not less than that of puri bhaji, then you can say it is a justified choice. Now, justified choice, we can say it is optimized if it is at least as good or better than the alternatives. So, for example, masala dosa would be an optimized choice if the value of masala dosa is greater than or equal to the value of omelette toast, as well as the value of masala dosa is greater or equal to than the value of puri bhaji. Next, please. So we have optimization, and now we can talk of maximization. Now, maximization can also be justified if the option chosen is no worse than the others. For example, if in the above example, puri bhaji is no worse than masala dosa or omelette toast, it may be considered to be maximized. For example, if the value of puri bhaji is neither less than the value of masala dosa, and similarly, it is neither less or equal to the value of masala omelette toast, then we can say that puri bhaji is a maximized choice. Now, you may find this example a little bizarre, but I have tried to give an everyday example to illustrate these decision rules. So how does this discussion relate to the question of loss of heritage trees as part of the Setu Bharatam project? The value of heritage loss is distinct from the value of loss of life and limb gained by the project. And if neither can be said to be better or worse or equal to the other, but both said to involve incommensurable values, they may said to be on a par. On the other hand, if the value of loss of life and limb exceeds the value of heritage loss, it is both justified and optimal. In this case, if the decision is to proceed with the project, if other aspects of benefit appreciably exceed the costs, then the decision would be acceptable. So if in terms of the other aspects which can be valued in the market or for which we can get WTPs and CDs, so if we calculate those and we find that the benefits are significantly exceeding the costs, if in terms of incommensurables, we say that the value of loss of life and limb exceeds the value of heritage loss, then in that case, the decision to go ahead with the project. Now, in general, in public actions in which entities of incomparable or replaceable values are at stake, and these trump large monetary considerations, one may proceed to evaluate alternatives only if other entries of incomparable value, whether the values are the same or different, are at stake. So, for example, my take on the Setu Bharatam project would be this, that we look at the conventional calculus of benefits and costs in terms of the traffic congestion, in terms of the time gained by the people who use the road, use the bridges. We look at the conventional loss of value of trees, and then we make a cost benefit analysis calculus. And if we find that the benefits are exceeding the costs, now we consider the two components of incommensurable values. That is the loss of trees versus the saving of life and limb. And if we feel, if the decision maker feels that he is going to give greater weight or value more the life and limb to trees, then the project can go ahead. Okay, so this is how we try and factor in incommensurable values in a cost benefit analysis decision making framework. I think that is all. Next, please. So these are the references, and these are all available online, so you can download them, and you can then refer to these if you want to go deeper into this subject. So thank you very much for your attention, and I would be glad to respond to comments and questions.
Yes. So can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Just a second, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for that wonderful presentation, sir. I guess all the queries, all the doubts that we had regarding how do we quantify all the social, and how do we justify economic development, the quantification of economic development with the social development. I think all of that has been addressed quite much in this session. Thank you for the session, sir. I'll open up the floor to the participants if they want to ask anything. You can unmute yourself and ask the question. Just hold a minute to see if they would like to respond. The participants, if there are any queries, please unmute yourself and ask the query, so you can drop it in the chat box. So I'm guessing that there are no questions from the participants' side. That was a wonderful session, sir, and we are thoroughly grateful for you to be accepting our invitation and coming for the meet. Um, I shall forward your mail ID to the participants if they have any further queries that they would like to ask you. Since it was a purely technical session, I'm guessing that they would have to probably sit through it once again for any queries. Okay,
So,
so
feel free to the presentation to the participants.
definitely, sir. So we have one question. Shall I read it out? Yeah. How do we get the details of the recent Supreme Court judgment? How was the cost calculated?
You see, judgment has not yet been issued. I was referring to a report in the Hindu about proceedings in the Supreme Court. So the report cited what was said in the report of the expert committee. So the Supreme Court has not yet given a verdict. So when it gives the verdict, then I think you can go to All India Reporter, the website of All India Reporter, and download the verdict, download the Supreme Court judgment. But as of now, the Supreme Court has not yet given its final judgment.
Yes, sir. So the question again, I think is how do they put a value on the tree? They said that for so many years, yes, the cost of one tree was around 72,000 rupees. So how do they put the value of 72,000 for? How do they put the value?
Okay. So let us take the most difficult part about the trees have yield things like timber, like fruit, like compost, and like oxygen. Okay, so these are the environmental benefits of the trees. So when it comes to compost and timber and so on, these are valued in the market, and we can just take the market value. But when oxygen generated by the tree, what do we do? So in this case, I have not, the report is not yet in the public domain. I would assume that what they did is that they would look at how much it would cost to generate the same amount of oxygen in an industrial plant. So how much would what is the commercial value of that oxygen? And then that oxygen is generated each year, they discount it present value. So that is what I would have done.
Yes, sir. So it should be difficult to put a value to every environmental aspect in the same manner and to do the whole environmental calculation.
Now, the important thing here was that one of the committee members, said that look, there are 100-year-old heritage trees, and these have a value beyond these environmental services that they give. So then, how do you value the heritage trees? Now, of course, the Hindu report said that a value of rupees 1 crore was given to the heritage trees. Now, in my presentation, I have actually skirted that. I think that when we talk of irreplaceable value, we are talking of monetary values. We are talking of, then we have to use different decision rules for handling incommensurable values. And so that is what I illustrated in the last question that I addressed. So whereas in the report, the committee member who pointed to heritage value, to the irreplaceable value, heritage value of the trees, of old trees, of very old trees. So I think he or she put a monetary value on it. But my point is that that is not actually a correct application of this decision tool. The value would be to treat entities of irreplaceable value on their own terms, not to put monetary values, but somehow factor them into the decision-making framework.
Yes, sir. Sir, okay. I'm guessing that we don't have any further questions. Thank you, Shweta ma'am, for the question. I hope it has been answered. Um, so, sir, we have we'll take a photograph, a screenshot of all the participants with their videos on for the attendance purpose. So please stay online. The participants, I would request you all to switch on your videos. Thank you, participants. So that was a very thorough presentation. We are thoroughly grateful for you for the presentation. We'll forward your mail ID to the participants if they have any further queries, if that's all right.
Yeah, certainly. Welcome.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you very much.
To all the participants, we'll send you back to the breakout session until we resume the next session. We'll join you back as soon as we resume. Also, yesterday's exam form that has been forwarded to you in the chat box and also in the WhatsApp group, we have only received around 30, around 40 replies. You would have to receive at least 60% marks for you to receive the certificate from AICT. So I kindly request all the participants to attend the sessions and attend the exam as well without fail. If you have any queries regarding it, you can please drop a text on the WhatsApp group so that all your queries can be replied. But please do attend the exam. We understand that a few of you having issues with the attendance as well. You can drop us a message in the chat box. If you can drop us a message in your WhatsApp chat if you have any issues, and we can try to fix it. But otherwise, all links for the test and the attendance will be shared with you in the chat box. So you'll have to keep looking at your chat box for any instructions that are being provided from our side. So, um, so right now we'll move you to the breakout room where you can interact within yourselves before we start the next session. So we may start the next session in another 45 minutes. We are ahead of schedule, but we'll let you know. Thank you.
she's laughing, I will appreciate welcome.
We can, ma'am. Meenakshi, ma'am. Meenakshi, ma'am, are you here? Can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. Can you please switch on your video also?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yes, yes, we can see you.
Good.
Yeah. So we'll just start in 2 more minutes. You will be
Yeah,
present.
you give me the share screen option, please.
Yes, ma'am. When ma'am will give a small introduction about you. So we'll share the screen and then immediately after we'll send you this presenter.
Okay. Okay, sure, sure.
Lirita, I hope you're also here.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay. All right. All right. Meenakshi ma'am, we are grateful for you. You have attended yesterday's session, today's session entirely. Thank you so much for joining us. We are really grateful for that.
Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to get myself in the space because I'm not really totally in that space right now. Just wanted to get a feel of what is happening so that I can align myself accordingly.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so
It
much.
has been very useful sessions.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, we are admitting in the participants, so we'll start immediately.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. I hope all the participants are here. I'll hand it over to Lirita to introduce the speaker for the next session.
So welcome back. I would like to invite architect Meenakshi Umesh for our next session. Meenakshi Umesh is a trained architect, an educator, and the founder of Puvidam Education for Sustainable Living and Rural Development. Meenakshi has a bachelor in architecture and a master's in applied psychology. After her training and graduation in 1989, she went to Auroville, near Pondicherry, to work with Mr. Popo, a renowned architect who specializes in cost-effective technologies. Besides designing buildings, she did some hands-on work on building, working with masons, workers, and carpenters. From Auroville in 1990, she went to Bangalore to work for a Delhi-based NGO called Development Alternatives, where she got a chance to work with mud as building material. Then moved to Gudalur to an organization called Accord that wanted to build mud houses for the tribals of the Nilgiri district. She completed the design and constructed their office building using a team from Auroville. Later in 1992, April, Meenakshi and her husband bought a piece of land in Dharmapuri district. It is a backward, drought-prone region, and the land they bought was a slope of hill, totally degraded except for a few shrubs. In the last 10 years, they have planted a variety of trees, done a lot of water harvesting work and soil conservation work, and the land has slowly recovered and regenerated itself. The first 3 years, they did a lot of dry land farming, growing and eating local millets and pulses organically. But the rain had been steadily getting more and more erratic, and in October 1997, they bought some land with good water source so that they could be self-sufficient in food. And by 1999, they finally established themselves in the area. They had been doing organic farming for about 6 years on their land, growing paddy, range, wheat, green gram, tur, black gram, turmeric, coriander, bananas, etc. Slowly, the neighbors were getting curious and eventually convinced that chemicals can be done away with. They then started to work with local people and help them to shift to organic methods. They also felt the long-lasting change could be brought about only by introducing the children to these methods, and through their experience, they would slowly convince their parents to see the things more holistically. So in the year 2000, they started a learning center. In their learning center, they were mainly focused on farming. Most of the kids that came to their school were the kids of marginal farmers and Dalits. In 2004, they started the Surabhi Niwas Hostel, where they house children of migrant laborers and educate them in their school, hoping to make a change in the attitude of the next generation towards earth and its resources. They practice a minimum waste lifestyle for reducing their needs, reusing all they can be reused and recycling everything else. In 2012, they expanded the school to include the village and started surveying the village around to understand the trends of development. Their main aim is to start a dialogue with the people on what their requirements and what part of it can be produced locally by the women's self-help groups, thereby providing employment and moving towards sustainability of the region. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Lizita. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah? Yeah, okay, good. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity to share my humble life. I actually have been very much away from the academics of architecture. So I've been attending the sessions so that I get a feel of what's actually happening and whether I should try to be an academician or just be who I am. So finally I decided to be who I am, which is very far from academician, and I'm mostly human. And I thought the best way to take this forward would be to share my story and then talk about sustainable living, because sustainable living came afterwards. But my life with the sustainable living happened much before, about 30, 40, 32 years back. So just to give a gist, I was in Mumbai and I was doing my architecture in JJ College. I used to travel by train every day to get from my home to the college. And on the way, every day I used to get to see the slums on both sides of the road and children who were listlessly walking around or selling something small. And one day it was really bad because there was a 3.5-year-old child. I was coming home in the afternoon on the train, and this child had a tray hung around his neck, and there was some safety pin and some hair clips thrown into that. What we were supposed to do is to pick up what we wanted and put whatever the money we felt was worth. And that day I actually cried, and I was very disturbed that children of 3.5-year-old had to go through this because the rest of us were insensitive somewhere. And that actually changed my my whole perspective towards life, towards society, towards the education system. And I felt that we were actually being honed to becoming less sensitive, more selfish, more consumerist by the system. And I wanted to get out of that. I felt that I was human first, and I would not compromise on that aspect, come what may. And that made me decide that I had to leave the city, because the city was somewhere perpetuating this kind of disparity, this kind of poverty, this kind of apathy that we have towards our fellow human beings. And in that process, I said, okay, I wanted to go, somewhere else and do something else. I was in a confused state where I really even wanted to do architecture at all. And that was the time when HUDCO came up with this mud housing program. So they sponsored about 4 students from each architecture college to go and learn about mud architecture from Laurie Baker, and then we were also taken to Auroville, to Popo's place, because Popo used to do at that time rammed earth constructions in the village. And that actually helped me decide to finish my architecture course. Otherwise, I was planning to drop it. And the meeting with Laurie Baker, seeing how humble and how connected he was with the people, how much he cared for the common man, that really made me feel normal again, because till then I used to feel that maybe something was completely wrong with me, that I was thinking about the people on the roads. And that helped me to decide to finish the architecture course. After that, I went to Auroville to continue my training with Popo. And there I got the opportunity to work hands-on with the workers. And that is when I really understood that all these professions that we as the educated academicians take up cannot become reality if it was not for the hard labor of the common man. And that gave me one more reason to empathize with the common man, and to work in such a way that I would reduce the gap between myself and the common man. And somewhere along the line, I hit upon minimalism as a way of life, and decided that we need to create a society which is egalitarian, a society which has where there's anarchy, there's not monarchy, there is not democracy. Everybody has equal say in what is going to happen. And to be able to create that kind of a society, we needed to create individuals who had all the necessary leadership qualities, the values, the fundamentals all understood and right. And so the school was started in an attempt to take this forward as a community where everybody is equal. So in our school, we all work with our hands. The education is work-based education, inspired mainly from Popo, and then I later on realized that it is also part of Mahatma Gandhi's Nayi Talim education. And so we work the whole day more or less, except the very hot hours of the afternoon when we are trying to read and write. So the focus on the work, creative work, helped me to understand the children much better, So when you work, actually, that is when your brain is functioning to the maximum. And that is when you are in connection actually also with yourself. When you're totally absorbed in doing something, that kind of mindfulness that you're working with, that is something that is very deep and very spiritual. And I felt that the way to teach sustainability was through work and through this feeling of complete oneness with the act that you're doing, with the work that you're doing. So I've tried to put all this together in a presentation, and I will try and share my screen now so that you can see my journey a little more explicitly. Yeah, can you see the screen? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
You can? Okay, great. So this topic about sustainable living and circular economy, I have learned about it by living it. So I'm going to kind of share the aspects of sustainable living and how you can help yourself to become sustainable. It is very easy to give advice to other people, but unless you're walking the path that you want to other people to take, you cannot lead. So we are here in our school and in the farm where we are living. We are trying to become as close model for sustainable living and circular economy as possible. So somebody was talking about culture, I think Professor Gupta, and how sustainability is actually a culture. That is something that I have felt, and I totally believe that sustainability cannot be taught unless it is enmeshed with our way of life. And everything that we see as problems today, which everybody is calling development, all this development has come not at just at the cost of the environment, but also at the cost of our human element. We've become more and more inhuman as we have become more and more developed. Our compassion has been reduced, our empathy has been reduced, and to that extent we are poorer, because being highest on the triangle of the living elements on the earth, we should also be the most responsible. And that's where I think we have missed it. We've not taken under our care all the other living things. Rather, we have marginalized all the other living things. So I don't want to read out from the presentation, which is here. Maybe you can read it on later on. I'm just sharing my my thoughts and my feelings about the whole situation at present. And we all, today in our way of life, in everything, there is a deep fear. There is a deep fear of being left behind in this magnanimous race, which nobody knows where it's leading to. And it's that fear that is actually holding us back and making sure that we will not be listening to our inner voice. So to be able to talk and think about sustainable living, actually, we have to listen to ourselves. There has to be a very high level of common sense, which is getting very fast eroded. I think it's almost become nil. Most people don't think for themselves anymore. They take advice from other people. They listen to all the news. They find out. So they are always looking for answers outside, and that is a huge in limitation, because the answers that are around you are not the answers that you need. The answers that you need are deep within you, and you need to look inside. So the whole process of sustainability, of becoming more sustainable, actually brings us closer to ourselves. It brings us closer to whatever the life force, the energy, the God, whatever you want to call it. And understanding sustainability is a completely spiritual path. You cannot understand sustainability if you don't feel empathy for your companions, for the other creatures, for the trees, for the air, for the water. If you don't feel responsible for every bit of pollution that you're bringing in, you can call it carbon footprint, it's a nice name, but what is important is what is the amount of responsibility that you're willing to take for the health of the planet, so that all the other living beings can live a better life. So this is, it involves complete emancipation from competition, confusion, and consumption. These are the three things actually that are the devils of today's development, and to go beyond them, we cannot look for solutions outside. We have to go inside. So I've tried to put together the paradigms of sustainable living, And as you can see, because it is a spiritual path, we have only ourselves to rely on to take the path and to look for answers and to guide us. It's the universal energy and us. We have to work together. So there is the philosophical paradigm as to what is the purpose of the human being on the planet. Do I know who I am? Do I know what I'm worth? Do I understand this, the meaning of this thing which is there in our culture, in our country from a very long time? Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam means what? Means the whole planet is my family. Can we feel that? That level of empathy, can we bring that into our lives? And how can we bring it into our lives? So essentially, it means changing our perspective to enhance the role of all the other creatures in the betterment of our everyday life. Then there is the psychological paradigm. What makes me happy? What makes me feel worthwhile? What are my fears? Do I live for myself or to impress the others? Am I content with my life? I think most of us don't even want to face these questions because they are very frightening. How do you answer what makes me happy? Because it may be something else and I may be doing something completely else. And then how do I justify all this? So this psychological paradigm is actually the realm of ourself. So we have to change ourselves, we have to overcome our fears. We have to challenge our social companions to say that, no, this is what I want to do. This is what feels right to me from deep inside. So that is the psychological paradigm. Then there is a physical paradigm as to what are my physical needs and my desires, my dreams, how much comfort do I need? And then is the comfort more important or the general health of the planet more important? So these are questions that we need to dwell into, because without that, we are not going to be honest with ourselves. So we can pretend to be sustainable, but deep inside we know that what we are doing is perhaps not the right thing for everybody else. And then there is the economic paradigm, which everybody has been speaking about, and the environmental paradigm. So, so the physical paradigm, we can minimalize our lives so that we have a very minimum impact on the planet, reduce our carbon footprint, make decisions that are very very difficult at times, because everybody else is going to call you a fool if you decide to walk when you could actually be taking a car. So all these kind of challenges that we face in everyday life, we have to minimalize with confidence and with concern. So let's go into each of these paradigms individually. Say philosophical paradigm. That means we have to change our perspective. So right now, actually, in our education system, as we are being taught and as we go through our everyday lives, especially in schools and in colleges, we are not taught to take dignity in labor. We always have menials who take care of the sweeping, cleaning of the classroom, but if you really see, in each classroom, we may be 30 or 40 people. We can easily take turns to clean the space. Why don't we do it? This is something that we all need to reflect upon. Why don't we do that? It's because we have this division in our head that this job is not mine. We do not take ownership of our space. We feel that we are above the other people who are doing the menial jobs for us. That is the first step to separation from our companions, separation from the other living beings. So yeah, it starts with humans and then it goes on to all the other creatures. They're not as important as me. This self-image that we have is what is inhibiting us, and it's also being very harmful to the social structure, to the economic structure, and to the environmental situation that we are in today. Because we've become lazier and lazier and lazier, and we all feel that we cannot find 10 minutes in our day to clean a room. We want somebody else to do it. But we will take our cars and drive about maybe 2 to 3 kilometers, then go to a gym where every single equipment is using power, and we'll be exercising. I mean, why can't we just exercise, washing our clothes, washing our vessels, washing our cleaning our house? It's exercise. It keeps us healthy and it keeps the space neat. And at the same time, we do not have to dehumanize other humans. So this is something that if we cannot change our perspective in these respects, it's very unlikely that we will be on the path to sustainability. Then looking at the poor always with suspicion rather than with empathy. You go to a big shop or mall and you give the money that you are, it's written on the cover. You don't think, you just pick up and you pay and you come out. But then when you are outside in a market where there's a poor vegetable vendor who's worked maybe 3 months to get those vegetables out of his land, you will bargain and ask him to give it to you for 5 rupees instead of 10. Why are we so psychologically poor that we cannot understand the labor that has gone behind making those things? But we can value the packaging that has been given to the other products that we bought in the mall. So these are our choices. These are our attitudes that will impact the possibility of a sustainable planet. So if we choose to live simply, then we can be sure that the poor will also continue to live. Otherwise, they're going to become poorer and poorer, and everybody knows what's happening to farmers all over the country. They're hanging themselves to death. Then, how much is enough? How much is enough for us in our lives? So, everybody has said this, I think all the presentations so far, that the earth has enough to provide for everybody's need and not for any single person's greed. So the onus of taking this forward is upon us. We have to reflect, we have to look at ourselves as individuals, as policymakers, as politicians, as teachers, as doctors, as whoever, as architects, as to how much is enough. How much is enough? When can we say, okay, this is done. Now we don't need to do this anymore. And then there is this feeling of abundance. I don't know, I'm sure many of you would have come across, you go to a village, you pass by a farmer's place, and they might have some tomatoes or they might have some vegetables hanging out there. And they will immediately go pluck them, put them in a bag and give it to you and say, okay, take it. This is the real feeling of abundance that nature provides to you once you can create something which is tangible. That power of creation that is there within each of us. When I can make something, I can give it away. If I cannot make it, if I'm also purchasing it from somewhere, then I am not in a position to give it away. I guard it, become very selfish. I become very insecure. So our education today is not giving us the feeling of abundance. It's only giving us the feeling of fear, It is saying, okay, you may not get this, you may not get that. So hoard today, take this, get that, fix it, keep it somewhere safely so that you can have it whenever you need it. And that's how most of us are hoarding and practically living in fear of not having enough all our lives. So this ability to to feel the abundance of the universe within us, that can only be cultivated if we can create something with our own hands, the crafts, the adds. Just the cleaning. I mean, if I can clean my room, I can clean anybody's room. That is the gift that I have to offer for the rest of the universe. So this kind of abundance comes only when we can do work with our own body. Then the thing is that, we all always are in competition and living by the expectation of others. So this feeling of insecurity, ineptness, failure, because you don't have enough number of cars or enough big house and all that. And so you become perhaps the laughing stock of friends and, other people. But yeah, in that way, perhaps I am today the laughing stock of the people who grew up with me. But the important thing is I don't care. I'm living because I'm living the way I want to live with whatever I feel is enough. And I'm living within my conscience. I'm living the way I decided to live, not somebody else didn't decide for me, That confidence which comes, somebody was talking about this, I think Professor Gupta was talking about this incomplete man, That's how the system makes us feel, very incomplete, very inept. And we have to take a charge of our lives and take it forward the way we feel is right. We have to understand that the safety net of social compatibility is at play. Comparison, competition, conformity. They are all deadly tools of society to manage our lives for us. When we become free of this, we can live in complete freedom. So we become free to the extent that the madman is free. Inside his head, he is completely free. He cannot care who thinks what of him or her. And that kind of complete freedom, where you know that your space is the only space that you want to be in, that comes when you understand that social conformity in certain things is perhaps necessary, but in everything, in the kind of clothes I wear, the kind of shoes I wear, that's fashion, and it's not necessary to be so blindly immersed in this race, And then there are others like us, so we have to find our tribe. There are definitely people who look at life the same way that we look at life, and they will become part of our big family, and they will nourish us and our ideas. So looking for them, the people who are compatible with us, not being compatible with everybody else. So this will help us to change our perspective towards life and towards sustainable living. Then we need to change ourselves, because if we cannot change ourselves, how can we expect anybody else to change themselves? This is the question that I faced when I was worried about what was happening in Mumbai and in the society. So if I want to make a difference to what is happening here, first I have to do everything that I expect anybody else to do towards making a change in society. I have to be able to live it. Without that, it's wrong actually to even talk about it. And so the change in myself, and decided to move away from the city and everything else. And so the first thing that we face when we have to change ourselves is this fear, One, what will other people say? What parents will say? What will happen to my economic situation? What will happen to my children? I don't even have them yet, but I'm worried about them. So all these fears. So we have to increase our courage, take one fear at a time and dissolve it. Let it go. We have to challenge our fear. And it's like if I have a fear of darkness, then I have to say, okay, today I'm going to walk in the dark because I want to see what is it that I'm afraid of. The day I do that, that fear of darkness is finished as far as I'm concerned. Similarly, fear of heights. Okay, I'm afraid of being in a high place. Let me get there and let me decide how I can, how I can rid myself of this fear. So what is going to happen? Maximum, I'm going to fall down and I'm going to die. That's all. Nothing worse than that can happen. That being the case, now I have to challenge it and I have to face it. So similarly, each and every fear, we have to take it face to face and dissolve it. We have to then, there should be a time in our lives where we can say, I have no fear anymore. I'm not afraid of the dark. I'm not afraid of being in the forest alone. I'm not afraid of any animals. And that is when I can say that I'm not afraid of myself anymore. And I truly value and love who I am. We have to also, in this journey, stop being judgmental, because it's very easy to pass judgment. Okay, this person has this fear and he's always going to be like this. Instead of passing the judgment and dismissing them as unable or unable to go ahead with their lives in the right direction, you empathize with them, you become compassionate, you appreciate their small efforts, put yourself in their place and try to see how you could help them to move forward. So this comes only when you can first love yourself and then love everything else and everybody else around you. Once you love yourself, then there is no need for looking for appreciation. You don't need anybody to appreciate who you are. Oh, you've done a wonderful thing. It doesn't matter. I've done it because I want to do it. It doesn't matter whether anybody appreciates or doesn't appreciate. I did it because I chose to do it, and I chose to do it from my very clear conscience. So these are the traps of society that somebody has to appreciate you, somebody has to say you're very good. So all of this becomes null and void if we come to know our own self-worth. This also helps us free ourselves from social pressures. So all of us are born. Nobody knows why we are born. It's all like being dropped into pitch darkness in a space. You're just there. I think all of us are born like this. We don't know where we are, what we are here for, which direction to go, and what is there in the future for us. So just imagine we are all there in this darkness, and of course we have different faculties because of different levels of affluence that are there in society. So one of us may be born in this pitch darkness without any accessories. Another person may be born with a torch. That means a little more affluent. They have some more reach. You may be born with a bike. You may be born with a car. You may be born with an aeroplane. Whatever it is, whatever your affluence, there is only a particular distance to which it will provide visibility and accessibility. So in this pitch darkness, we have to only trust nature, the nature that gave birth to us, and the purpose of who we are and what we are going to do is going to be revealed to us and only us. We can never find out the purpose of our lives by talking to other people. So that kind of complete trust in nature, knowing completely that you are very, very special. I am very, very special. I am very, very unique. And nature is going to do her work, or whatever it is, the planet's work or the universe's work through me. And I here surrender to that task, whatever it is, and put my best, efforts to make that happen. And this inner voice that, this deep intuition that tells us that now you should do this, most often it gets blurred in our fears. And then we are wondering, like, so you discuss with somebody, say, do you think I should do this? And they say, no, what rubbish, don't do this. And then again, you get confused and you've lost your inner voice. And I guess that's where I kind of persisted, and I said, no, I'm not discussing about this to anybody. For me, deep inside, it tells me, do this, move away, go out of the city, go where people actually live a meaningful life. In a village where there are people, you're growing your own food. The least I can do for my own body in this lifetime is give it good food, clean water, fresh air. If I am not able to provide this to my body, then my body will only give me ill health and unmanageable problems. So this vehicle in which I was born, it's my duty and it's in my interest to take care of it. And I felt that the best way to do it was to provide good food and good space, good thoughts. And that's why we moved away from the city into this plot of land that we came to. There was nothing here when we came. And when we saw a plot of land, for me, the thing was, okay, there's nobody who cares about this plot of land. And I will care for it. And that's what changed. It was not like I will buy this plot of land, but I will care for this plot of land. It was that deep, and that helped me to connect with all the faculties of nature. And today we have a forest here, in spite of the fact that this is a dry, arid region. We have so many birds, about 100 different varieties of birds, insects, small animals. So something that was completely devoid of life, devoid of soil, has come back to life in a matter of 30 years. So for me, this was the challenge, that can I possibly reverse this process of degradation and degeneration that is happening to the planet? And I can say with confidence that if all of us decide, yes, it is possible. And we have to live by our conscience, whatever it is. Sometimes like when I left my home, my parents were very unhappy with me, but I had to now decide whether my job was to keep them happy or to keep myself on the path that I feel I'm being invited to walk. So I had to do both. I decided to follow my heart and do what I wanted to do, but at the same time, I kept informing my parents as to what I was doing and how I was feeling and why I was doing it. And over time, they've accepted that, yes, okay, good, you're happy, so please go ahead and do it. So this communication that we need to do with our loved ones is also, we have to understand, they are not stopping us because they don't want us to do something. They're stopping us because they really love us so much, they don't want us to get hurt. And it's our job to keep them informed that no, we are not being hurt, we are happy, and we are, actually progressing in the direction that we wanted to. And then comes minimalism. We have to understand what is minimalism. So by choice, when we decide that we want to live a very minimal life, no television, no refrigerator, very minimum, no bedding, just a mat on the floor, very minimum food, very limited, very small, but very good, healthy food. So these are choices that we can make. Why should we minimalize? So this is where the Mahatma has given us the path, that live simply so that others may simply live. He said it more than once in all his talks and his writings. And then how do we minimalize? How do I say, okay, what I need and what I don't need? So this is something that I read somewhere, that you have to imagine there is a disaster and you can only take certain things with you. Now, when you have the list of all the things that you take with you in a disaster, that is all that you need to live by. Beyond that, everything is a luxury. Of course, you can decide that I want the luxury, but it is a luxury. And what matters is that when it comes to a situation, you can actually live without it. So what should we minimalize? Medicines. Medicines are a huge source of ill health and a lot of psychological, physical, and hormonal problems in all our bodies. So medicines we must avoid as much as possible. So what we follow here is the concept of food as medicine, local herbs, acupressure. These are the things that it's very easy to learn and it's very easy to follow, so that you can take care of your body. This is The body is the only tool that we are born with, and is the only thing that is going to take us through our lives. Everything else may go away, but this will remain till the last breath. So we are going to be smart only if we take good care of it. Clothes, you can minimalize on clothes. I have, say, 4 or 5 sets of clothes, and I buy another one only when this one is completely gone. So these are very small things, because you all know the kind of huge garbage dumps that are there in Delhi, in Mumbai, in New York, and everywhere. So all this is there because we don't know how to use everything till the last thread. But this was part of our culture. As far as I remember, in our house, in my house, even in my mom, like she'll be boiling milk in a vessel, and after the milk is finished, she'll pour a little bit of water, scratch out all the sides, use that water to make the chapati flour. And so many good things happening because of that. One, the grease doesn't go into the sink. Two, every morsel of food is respected and reused. And three, it makes the cleaning of that vessel easier. You don't need soap anymore. Once it's all scratched with the flour, it's all done. All you need is a little bit of water to wipe it clean. So, and this is minimalism in a way. You kind of use things to the maximum so that nothing goes waste. Then you also try to localize your consumption. You don't go for exotic fruits and exotic vegetables. You try and see what is available in the vicinity. Maybe take a little trip out instead of traveling to France and Vietnam. Just travel to your countryside, mingle with the farmers, find out what grows there. Maybe spend a weekend with each farmer. Take your kids out there. They understand what is food all about. Maybe convince the farmer that he should stop using chemicals. Give him some kind of social and economical security, saying, okay, I'll buy this from you. And these are all the things that we can do if we really care about our fellow human beings and about the planet. So yeah, this is part of conscious consumerism. Don't buy anything unless you know for sure that you cannot do without it. And then you have to know where our food is coming from. So we have to all understand, there's this farmers bill come up. What it seems like and what it is most likely going to happen is that big multinational corporations will take on food, just like the British took on salt. These people will take on food. I mean, if we had to pay a salt tax, we'll have to now then pay a food tax. That's what we're going to get into. And these are the realities that are going to emerge in front of us. So we have to preempt them, and we have to support our small farmers and small vendors and small weavers, potters, all these people who can provide us with our basic needs with honesty. These small people are very honest, very straightforward. They will never give you something that is bad. They will keep all the spoiled tomatoes for their house, and they will give you the good tomatoes. That is the kind of integrity that is there among farmers that I have seen in my life now for almost 30 years in the village. So know these people, know who they are, understand them, and try and provide just like they are providing a service to you. Try and see what you can do for them. What can we do? If you know a community of weavers, what can you do? Can you help them to, get a better price for what they're making? Can you help them with trying to go organic with the dyes? Can you help them with trying to find farmers who are growing organic? Just help them in whichever way possible so that they come to the understanding that, yes, you're there for them. And this will also boost the local economy. And this is what we're talking about. Circular economy. Sustainable living is supposed to increase the interactions among the people living in a particular region. It's you help each other and you make sure that your resources only increase over time, but do not decrease. So that increase in resources over time is what is going to be the effect of circular economy. The money will stay within the community. The community is going to work harder and harder to make sure that its resources are conserved and enhanced. And all this would also mean self-reliance. You don't depend on somebody else to do all this for you, but go ahead and take it on. Simple things like our housework, let's do it as a family. Hardly people get time to talk to each other nowadays. Everybody is sitting in their own corner and doing their own thing. If we all decide, okay, every day half an hour, all of us are going to be managing the house together. You take care of the dishes, you take care of the clothes, I'll take care of the sweeping. Then you have a relationship with the house and with each other. I think this is the time when we really many of us would have experienced it with the corona crisis, and it should not just vanish and fall back as soon as the crisis is over. We should look on it as a way of life, as a way of improving our communications with each other and enriching our family lives. And this everybody knows, reduce plastic waste, avoid disposable boxes, carry your own tiffin boxes. That's what we did 45 years back. When I wanted to buy food from a hotel, I used to take a tiffin carrier and buy it and bring it home. Why are we today so educated that we feel ashamed to carry a box to bring food for our house? I cannot understand. There is some kind of a brain fever that has got into our heads that tells us that no, it's shameful to carry a cloth bag and a tiffin carrier, but it's very stylish to bring aluminum foil packaged food in Zomatos or whatever it is that is available within your city. So all these conveniences that we have got used to actually are they are not only inhibiting us, they are also harming the planet at a very basic level. Because the human beings who are supposed to take care of the planet are becoming less and less proactive in all these things. So yeah, so there's all of this, reuse clothes, don't bargain with roadside vendors. More or less everything has been covered. And as far as sustainability is concerned, as far as anything with the planet is concerned, there's a very simple old adage which says prevention is better than cure. Don't create problems. And that's enough, Then you don't have to solve the problems. So long back, I think when Leo Tolstoy wrote this book, What Then Must We Do? His concern was about poverty in Moscow. And he wanted to remove poverty. His thing was, okay, what is it? It's only money, right? We need to give them money and they'll be fine. And this journey of his was such an eye-opener for him that he realized that actually just giving money is never going to remove poverty. The poverty is not poverty of money. The poverty is the poverty of value. And he found that whenever he tried to go and give money to a very poor person, somebody just a little richer than that poor person had already shared their food or whatever with the person who didn't have anything. And that's when he realized that for him to give away, say, 10 rupees out of his 1,000 rupees was nothing. That was not giving at all. What was giving was when there was somebody who had only 5 rupees and he managed to give 1 rupee to somebody who was in need. So it's the ratio, it's the proportion of what you have and what you give that makes you a bigger human being. And he found that all the rich people, all the richest people in Moscow were actually the poorest. And I think that was the turning point in his life when he moved out of the city, left his family because his family refused to go with him to the village. He started working as a logger, as a woodcutter, and he used to earn his bread by that. And he used to work at least 5 hours a day, and he used to find that time to continue to write also. And he felt that the only time that this poverty is going to go away from our planet is when each of us understand the meaning of creative work. And by creative work, he meant work which is making life possible, cleaning, farming, weaving, cooking, all this work that we always delegate to other people. And he called it bread labor. And I think this idea of Tolstoy is what hit Gandhi very deeply. And he moved into a minimalist life. And you know of his whole journey and how he managed to provide inspiration for so many people, including Laurie Baker. Laurie Baker was highly influenced by Gandhi. And there are so many people today, if you see, during this corona, and at least in my life, in the last 10 years, I have seen a lot of people who've been in technology, who've given it up and come settle down in a village, started to grow their own food. They want to homeschool their kids. They don't want to sell their children to the schools because the schools provide values which are completely anti-sustainability. So and these are the kind of things that you will come across and take inspiration from them. And I think as architects and architectural professionals, it is our duty to lead a life that provides inspiration to others, rather than just talk about it and theorize about it and write papers on it. So this is what is my inspiration, and this is where I am coming from. So like we've seen all the previous speakers, like Satya Prakash ji, he spoke about how we need to focus on the self and the society, and that's what it really means. Once you know yourself, you understand your society, you can interact with your environment in a positive way. Dr. Tara emphasized the coexistence with nature, which is very important. We're all so afraid of small insects. And without those insects and bees and ants, and there would not be a planet. Why can't we understand this? We're so huge in physical form, and we have such venomous tools to kill each and every creature. But we don't have the love to allow them to live. And this is, I think, our bane. This is something that is going to bring down the human race rocking hard. And Ravindranji also talked about the balance between the nature and built environment. Neeraj Gupta ji mentioned about how habits are formed and they are so difficult to break. So actually our challenge is to break our habits, come out of our patterns, understand what is needed and act accordingly from a deep understanding of sustainability and ourselves. So architecture as a course, at least when I was studying in JJ, I found that gave me a lot of time to reflect, to understand, to interact with the different people. And I think that it needs to be provided as a way of nurturing the course in such a way that architecture becomes a course where first you become the architect of your own life. That's what I tried to do. I became the architect of my own life. And from there, I tried to take architecture forward in different paths. But if we don't have that time, if you're all the time with submissions and work, then it's very unlikely that we will get this space where we will be able to delve in ourselves, and therefore will be able to understand the universe and feel the compassion for all other living beings. So, and my working with Popo, that also, really helped me to empathize with the workers. Without their two hands, nothing would be possible on this planet. And this is what I have experienced again and again, that the farmer goes through such a lot of effort to grow something, but he cannot name the price for it. Whereas Coca-Cola can name the price for it. They have not made any effort. They have, exploited all the other poor people around them, and they can name a price and make sure that the exploitation continues. It's very unfair. I mean, where is it leading to? We are willing to pay 40, 50 rupees for a liter of rubbish that Coca-Cola gives. But the same thing for milk, when it becomes 40, 50 rupees, we are cribbing. So where are our values? There's something wrong with the way either we are being taught or we're being brought up or we are being nurtured in our lives. So all this actually, my path in life led me to be the architect of my own life and also the architect of my own house. And I realized that in sustainability as a material, mud has a huge place. And that was the initial reason why I continued and finished my architecture, because I felt that yes, mud is a material that is within the reach of each and every person. And if they have the physical ability, they can build their own houses. They don't need anybody to, give any sympathy for them or any free housing or whatever for them. They need to have the freedom to be able to build with that. But typically our advertising and our development forces very soon declared mud as a kacha material, and then it became a social statement to be living in cement houses, and that's how the whole thing has now shifted. And now mud has become a material of the elite, the super rich who want to live in an eco-friendly way. Yeah, it's very unfair. Something like, when I was a child, that is when this Colgate toothpaste came in. Until then, we used to brush our teeth with some powders which were made from charcoal and brick and salt and stuff like that. And there was this advertisement that came, and that this guy said, "Oh, you're using black charcoal to clean your white teeth. Just throw it away. Here is super white Colgate. You'll have." And look at the Colgate advertisements today. Today they are giving Colgate toothpaste with activated charcoal, Colgate toothpaste with salt. So I mean, they are actually snatching away our free. Whatever we used to get for free was taken away, thrown away in the name of development or in the name of civilized living or whatever. And it is now being packaged and returned to us, and we are paying for it and buying it. This is the way the market forces work. And this is what is happening even in the housing sector. So mud and circular economy. Mud is a material which is essentially circular. You can build, you can dismantle, you can rebuild. Nothing goes wrong with it over years, thousands of years. It remains the way it was. But mud blocks. So once you put mud in mud blocks, put cement, their properties change. Also, their circularness of the economy changes, because now they become the machine, the manufacturer of the machine will be getting, so much part of the money. The cement industry will be getting so much part of the money, and the labor component will become less and less. And that's where the circular economy exists, the labor component. Whatever you can rebuild into the society that wherever you're working again. Mud as an unadulterated material is what I decided to work with because of these factors. Pure mud. And I actually learned about it from the people when I came to start living here. They were living in mud houses. And I said, okay, I want a house just like yours. And they helped us to build our house. And beautiful things. I didn't really have a great plan. I just said, okay, 2 rooms here, 2 rooms there, and yeah, a lot of open space. But the way they built it and the way they brought in niches to put lamps and small adjustments in the way they were building the wall, so that it was tapering at the top and a little broader at the base, so that it would be more stable. And these were things that I felt I could never have learned in an architecture college. I could have learned it only when I built with my own hands. And this is an opportunity that I feel architecture students should have, to work, to face a problem, find a solution for it, implement the solution, and to learn from that while interacting with the local people, with the labor force that is trying to make this come true. that is when a lot of our ideas, we find that, actually these, the people who are working with their hands can give it a small twist and make it so much better. This realization that just by sitting in a classroom and doing an architecture course for 5 years, you know everything, it's an arrogance. It has to go away, and we have to come to terms with the fact that you learn best when you submit to the material. You just surrender. Okay, now mud, tell me what I should be doing. So I've been working with mud as a composite material with stone. We never stabilize our walls, and the roofs are mostly filler slab or stone slabs or tiles. And we found that actually mud has so much strength as a compressive material, it's unbelievable. You can go up to 3 to 4 floors without even worrying about anything. And and when we work like this, so normally, like you would have heard of the ratio of material cost and labor cost in conventional buildings. It's like 70-30. 70% of the cost is for the materials and only 30% is the labor component. This, as much as we increase, we contribute to circular economy. The way we have been working, it comes to 50-50, where 50% of the cost is material and 50% of the cost is the labor component. And the buildings really become much cheaper than if we went with the mud blocks and stabilized things and stuff like that. We are able to do buildings which are cheaper, which are more accessible to people, which people can build by themselves. But there is the social stigma that it's not a cement house. And so a lot of people are not in favor of using this. In villages, they have a huge social statement to make. So if they build a mud house, then they are called cheapos, or you don't even have the money to build a cement house. So all these factors are playing on their conscience and on their psychology, and they're not able to make these choices boldly. So mud as a walling material is great, but how about mud as a roofing material? So to try that out, I had opportunities to build jack arches with mud. And so this is what it looks like inside. And this is what the building looked like. It's completely just the mud, red mud that's picked up from that particular site. And the only real expense was the stones, bricks, and the labor. And bricks also we use all the time, locally burnt bricks. Again, there is this huge thing that bricks have a huge environmental component because of the smoke and stuff like that. But actually, burning of wood is much less harmful than burning of coal. So, trying to get table molded bricks and all these hoordi tiles and all this is much more harmful to the environment than just getting bricks which are made in the next door farmer's land by his family, collecting together their children and everybody, putting the bricks, and then using the trees on his farm or on his neighbor's farm to burn it. So we feel that this is more, actually trees are in a way renewable energy, and they are actually much more environment friendly than any of the other materials that we talk about. Then we also have done domes in brick and mud, and our latest experiment is a 32-feet dome on 13-inch thick walls which go up to a height of 8 feet. And we found that it's as a roofing material also, it is very, very stable and convenient. Only thing is the finishing, the final finishing we have to do with cement and China mosaic. This is a completely flat mud roof that I had the opportunity to try out, and it's still good. It was done about 4 or 5 years, 4 years back, and there is no cement in this. There are these wooden beams, and on top of it is the brick and mud, and on top of it is lime surki mortar, finally finished with China mosaic in lime mortar. So I feel that all of us as architects, we need to experiment. There is very little work that has been done with mud, and mud is still considered a kacha material. So we need to bring it into the limelight as a material that is so versatile and can do so many beautiful things to buildings. So, and it's a safe material. I mean, in an architecture college, students could get together, easily build something with mud, destroy it, rebuild it. It's completely healthy. It gives you a feel of what you can do with your hands, and it's so moldable and it's such a beautiful material. And so, yeah, this is house. It's done with the rat trap in mud mortar, rat trap walls, the rat trap bond in mud mortar. So this is the first time I tried rat trap and mud mortar, because I think mostly in Kerala they're doing it with cement mortar. And I said, okay, it's my own house and let me experiment and see what happens. And it's wonderful. And now we do it in all our buildings. And the walls below are about 30 years old and the filler slab is 10 years old. And on top of it, we have these brickwork with rat trap bond. So the major concern about mud is, the dampness from below and the rain from above. So I think Laurie Baker has said this, that mud building needs a good shoe and a good hat. So we just follow that and we are able to, I can guarantee that this building will continue for another 100 years without any problems. And this is what our house used to be before we rebuilt it and made the filler slab. In those days, in 1992, when we built it, the walls cost us only 5,000 rupees and the thatch roof cost us 25,000 rupees. And that is how easily a mud house, and this was a house of about 1,200 square feet. So most village people have a house of maximum of 500 square feet. So very easily people can build their own houses. And if the policy makers decide that, yes, see, we have this Indra Awas Yojana or the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, which gives people money to build their own houses. But actually, there are these stipulations in that the house should be built with cement, this should be the foundation, this should be the belt beam, and this should be the walls, and this should be the... So if you want to really help a person to build his house, you just give him the money and say, okay, you build it with the material that you feel comfortable with. I do not understand why this does not exist why there is no liberty, to choose the material. And this guy, if you're giving him money to build his own house, let him build it his way. Why to force him to build it with cement? The only reason I can see is that cement needs to be sold. Everybody is in for a commission. So, yeah, I mean, that is how all our schemes for the poor work. And I would like to end my presentation with this very wonderful saying by M.K. Gandhi. As human beings, our greatness lies not so much in being able to remake the world. That is the myth of the atomic age, as in being able to remake ourselves. I think this is the essence of sustainability. We need to remake ourselves. We need to understand who we are. And that's the only thing that can save the world, essentially.
Thank you, Meenakshi ma'am, for that session. We have there has been pouring messages of how insightful the session was, how inspiring it was. I think that was like a perfect end for today. And I don't know if it could have been any more inspirational than how you have made it to be. Thank you so much for the session. It was thoroughly interesting throughout. So yes. So I'll just ask a question, probably one question that since we have heard the earlier speakers yesterday and today, I'll just ask this question: how do you place economic development in this whole scenario? How do we compromise on it, or how do we work about this in the global scenario of economic development?
See, in my personal opinion, India was a leader in economic development in the days of yore, and we did not have to really compromise on the environment. So there's something wrong with the way people are looking at their own lives. Their own needs are completely bizarre. You don't really need to. Once we understand that, that is when we can see what real economic development is. Economic development does not mean building of money. Actually, printing notes, that is the economic development that we are talking about. They are available to some people, they are not available to some people. I mean, the bigger the businessman, the more the loan that they can afford to get, and they can afford also not to pay. The same thing a farmer is not able to avail. Though he has a piece of land, you know exactly where he lives, you won't give him 1 lakh rupees. But you will invest in some company that is, there on the shares very boldly. And then if the shares fall short, then you'll say, oh, it was a bad investment. But you would never do that with a farmer or a weaver or a potter or somebody whom you can go and meet that person. Why is this? This is part of our psychology, and this psychology has been built. It has been actually imprinted in our heads from our everyday education through the schools and through the media. I think this, what is economic development, is a huge question that we need to ask ourselves. Is it for us or is it for everybody?
Yes, I completely agree. We are required to reassess our thoughts about economics and economic development to be really appreciating the sustainable lifestyle that we have had as a culture also. I'll open the floor to the participants if they have any questions to ask directly to ma'am.
Yes, sure.
Ma'am, if you can please stop sharing. Maybe you can see all the participants.
Yeah, it's done. Have I stopped?
So, the participants, do you have anything to say to ma'am or ask? Please unmute yourself and you may ask any questions. We are hoping the participants to be a little bit more interactive. The speakers also would be really, it would be really interactive and interesting for the speakers also if you were a little bit more interactive. So maybe a question or two at the end of the session would be really, the speakers would also be very happy if they get the questions so that they know that you have heard them throughout and that you have gotten something from the session. So if anybody would like to say something, it would be really nice. It may not be a question, right? Okay, ma'am. I'm guessing that everybody's put a lot of comments telling that your talk has been thoroughly inspiring. So there's a lot of comments like that from almost a lot from all the participants. Ma'am, please stay online while we take a photograph. If all the participants could switch on the videos. So we are done with the with taking the photographs. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Meenakshi, ma'am. Thank you for joining us for and being with us for the past 2 days. It's been a complete delight having you here. We hope
Thank
to
you.
get in touch with you further also.
Sure, sure. Thank
I
you
think
so much.
yeah, I think a lot more, many people need to hear your experience. Thoroughly inspiring. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So this is for the participants. Uh, uh, the uh, the link for the question, the link for the daily test has been put up in the uh, chat box. Please find that. Please also fill in your attendance. It is absolutely compulsory that you fill in your attendance for you to receive a certificate. Also, you need 60% marks minimum for your exams. So please attend the exams. This is a request from the speakers. Yesterday, KP sir, KP Ramendran sir, today with the speakers today, and the speakers who are giving sessions tomorrow and day after, they've requested that the participants be a little bit more interactive. One of the speakers has you know, particularly pointed out that we'll have to make this interactive and what can we do about it. So it may not be a question, but if you are a little bit more prepared for maybe a question or a comment, and if you could unmute yourself, it'd be wonderful for the speakers if they could, they will understand that you're listening to them. It will be really helpful. Because there is no questions that has come from the participant side. I understand if there are any difficulties, but at least if 3 or 4 of you could be prepared to ask a few questions and make it a little bit more lively, it would be really nice for the speakers as well, right? I mean, we are all faculty in the end. We'll also like our students to be interactive with us during class time so that we know that we have gotten across to them. So it's the same thing that's we have been put on the other side of the table just to be interacting with the speakers. So I hope you will cooperate. So I'll invite Lidita to give the closing comments.
So finally, that brings us to the end of day 2 of Faculty Development Program. We had some delightful and informative sessions today with our speakers who introduced us to the importance of social and economic sustainability to ensure climate change mitigation and allow us to prepare ourselves as practitioners and facilitators as responsible citizens of Earth. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Neeraj Gupta, Dr. Prodopto Ghosh, and architect Meenakshi Umesh for interacting with us, and it's been really inspiring to listen to you all. Thank you, participants, for your kind cooperation during the conduct of sessions. We hope you are also inspired as we are with today's sessions. The daily test Google form has been shared in the chat, also in the WhatsApp group. Kindly complete the same before the commencement of tomorrow's session. Tomorrow we will have Dr. S. Srikumar, Dr. Sujata Karve, and architect Lalit Bhati to discuss about land management, psychology, and settlements in the context of climate change and sustainable development, respectively. The sessions will commence at 10 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Kindly join us 5 minutes earlier. For any queries, feel free to contact the facilitators via WhatsApp, mail, or call. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We'll meet you tomorrow. Thank you, Lidita.
Thank you.
I hope all the so all the participants are here, still with us. There's a small information that that I'll have to tell you. Tomorrow, the session will be from 10 to 1:30. Sorry, yeah, the session will be from 10 to 1, the morning session. Then we'll have Lalit's session from 3 to 4:30. So we'll have a lunch break in between. Kindly be informed of that. Right? We'll have a session till 4:30. 3 sessions per session from 10 to 11:30. Second session 11:30 to 1, and third session 3 to 4:30. Kindly be informed. Thank you.